I used to was. Memories keep playing back. All the nights we used to love. Just wonder how I used to was. How I used to was.
Okay. That was Child's Play by Za, SZA, featuring Chance the Rapper. Before that was Stay, Stars Crossed, by Jean Doe. Both available on SoundCloud. Hey, I am standing up now. That's the great thing about a standing desk. I feel like it's a really important thing for people of the profession to be able to stand up, get around, especially when you sit down for so long. We're in 7 hours, 40 minutes into this video. I took a look at the recorded file, and it is 13.5 gigs, which is pretty big for one of these. I guess not that big when you take a look at the fact that this is 240 gigs or whatever, but it adds up. It's gonna be a big YouTube upload. Also, I got a bell pepper. I just thought, you know what, it's better than eating something like a Pop-Tart or something, right? Just eat a bell pepper. Bell peppers are good. Kind of wish I had something with it. It's a little too neutral on its own. I got this for guacamole, but I used 2 peppers, and I had a third one left over. It's good though. Let's get back into it, I suppose. Up and at 'em.
Easy. And I know, yes, that I always say that, but it really is.
It rarely has turned out to be easy.
I know.
Every time you say it.
These are grip right fasteners. I think you use them in roof.
I'll try not to eat too much on stream. I try to dip out a bit when I was eating that banana earlier. But this is a bit crunchier, so it actually has more of an audio component to it. Hopefully it's not a big issue.
These are grip right fasteners. I think you use them in roofing.
You hammer a thing through, and then this.
Them in roofing.
You hammer a thing through, and then this blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh, sure, yeah. You can get these at your local.
And then this blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh.
And this blocks out all the rain and stuff on
Oh.
there. Hammer a thing through, and then this blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh.
And then this blocks out all the rain and then this blocks out all the and then this blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh, sure, yeah. You can get these at your local hard.
Blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh.
Blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh, sure, yeah. You can get these at your local hardware store. Just little silver discs, and they're really flimsy. So these stars are going to be flimsy. They're not going to. Sure, yeah. You can get these at your local hardware store. Just little silver discs, and they're really flimsy. So these stars are going to be flimsy. They're not. These at your local hardware store. Just little silver discs, and they're really flimsy. So these stars are going to be flimsy. They're not going to be deadly, but they
That's
are.
okay, because I too.
Hardware store. Just little silver discs, and they're really flimsy. So these stars are going to be flimsy. They're not going to be deadly, but they
That's
are.
okay, because I too am flimsy and not deadly. What
Okay.
shape are we doing?
So you're just.
What shape are we doing? I feel like Sometimes I think Brian doesn't like do any research or anything, so that way he can kind of come to it with an actual genuine reaction or response. But sometimes it leads to funny situations like this where it's like, well, what shape are we doing? Like, you're just going to cut a star shape out of this flat disc and that's going to be it. Kind of a funny thought.
But they
That's
are
okay because I too am flimsy and not deadly. What shape are we doing?
So you're just going to take your disc.
Because I too am flimsy and not deadly. What shape are we doing?
So you're just going to take.
Because I too am flimsy and not deadly. What shape are we doing? Because I too am flimsy and not deadly. What shape are we doing?
So you're just going to take your.
What shape are we doing?
So you're just going to take your disc here. Don't cut all the way into the center. Did you already start cutting?
I did. Give me another one.
So you're just going to take your disc here. Don't cut all the way into the center. Did you already start cutting?
I did. Give me another one.
Don't cut all the way into the center. Did you already start cutting?
I did. Give me another one.
Start cutting.
I did. Give me another one.
Did you already start cutting?
I did. Give me another one.
Damn it, Brian.
Give me another one.
Damn it, Brian. So you're going to cut it at 4 different. Damn it, Brian. So you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass, right?
Okay. Right.
So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
Okay. Right.
So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
Oh.
And of course, for these pickups, we also have audio for these pickups to help clarify if we need it. But we will. I assume we'll probably just do that after this audio bit, or I guess after the music. Ooh, no, we should do that after the audio because it might cut down this segment, and a lot of times with the music, you kind of want to sync up the beginning and ends to segments sometimes. Or at the very least, if you have music playing from the very beginning to the very end of the episode, if you're changing the length, the runtime of the episode itself, then you're messing with the music as well. So I'll do that after this whole deal.
Cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going. So you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're not. So you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass, right?
Okay. Right.
So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles, right?
Okay. Right.
So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles. Going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass, right?
Okay.
So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
Oh, got it. Your perpendicular cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural. Got it. Your perpendicular cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain. Cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Okay. Now on the. Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there. Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Okay. Now.
Too that makes it easy to follow.
Okay.
So really, really quickly, little tip about if you end up pulling an all-nighter like this and if you're having a rough time, you're getting a little lethargic, it's getting late into the night, and you really just got to power through. If you have the time, which right now we don't really have the time, we've got 4 hours to publish, and we just really need to make sure we hit that deadline and that I get to sleep. But if you need help staying awake, don't do supplements, don't do whatever. What you should do, tried and true, is you should play something like Devil Daggers. Devil Daggers is this great game. Rocket League is also great for this. What you need a game that you can get into quickly and get out of quickly and feel like maybe you did something, but you need something that like really pushes that adrenaline. And if you get something that, you know, sometimes I get into a couple matches of either of those, and I can just feel my body pulsing because I've just got like so much adrenaline. It just like works really well. I guess everybody's different, so maybe that would or wouldn't work for you, but that's my recommendation, and that carries you on through a good while. It just makes you feel alive in the middle of the night.
Okay. Now on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those. Okay, now on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another.
That makes it easy to follow.
Okay, now on these.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Okay, now on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut it. Now on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it, basically.
Yeah,
Okay. Where'd you find this? Basically.
yeah,
Okay. Where'd you find this?
in the middle.
Just
each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
Wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it, basically.
Yeah,
Okay. Where'd you find this? Basically.
yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually. Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable.
Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually. In a
Instructable sounds like the adult version of a Lunchable.
Find this.
This was an Instructable, actually. And again, these aren't going to be effective weapons.
Well, first of all, the shuriken itself is not an effective weapon, right?
Super disposable and lo-fi, just like these.
As a matter of fact, katanas you can find now.
Whoops, don't need to go that far. And really, most of these, I don't even have to pull the audio level down. But sometimes, especially if somebody's talking loud, it just helps to isolate their mic to make them sound a little bit more clear.
And again, these aren't going to be effective weapons.
Well, first of all, the shuriken itself. Well, first of all, the shuriken itself is not an effective weapon, right?
Super disposable and lo-fi, just like these.
As a matter
Super disposable and lo-fi, just like these.
As a matter of fact, katanas you can find nowadays.
Super disposable and lo-fi, just like these.
As a matter of fact, katanas you can find nowadays because they're well preserved, because they were valued and handed down through generations. Because shuriken are disposable weapons of harassment, the ones you find, they're all rusted and banged up and no good.
Really?
Yeah. We're going to make one of As a matter of fact, katanas you can find nowadays because they're well preserved, because they were valued and handed down through generations. Because shuriken are disposable weapons of harassment, the ones you find, they're all rusted and banged up and no good. shuriken are disposable weapons of harassment. The ones you find, they're all rusted and banged up and no good.
Really?
Yeah. We're gonna make one of those banged up and no good.
Really?
Yeah. We're gonna make one of those things that you put candles over and it spins around.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like it.
Hey,
Sorry.
you know that thing?
So this I could clean up because Brian kind of stutters a little bit.
Gonna make one of those things that you put candles over and it spins around.
But on some level, it just adds character to the language. So I'll leave it for that one.
We're gonna make one of those things that you put candles over and it spins around.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like it.
Hey,
Sorry.
you know that thing about throwing stars? We're not doing that at all.
That. All right, what am I doing?
Hey, you know that thing about throwing stars? We're not doing that at all.
That. All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right.
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right.
Taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right.
So that'll be more doable once we get the pickups implemented.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into it.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
Oh, I'm gonna do Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
Oh, I'm gonna
Or cut little points into them. Or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do curved.
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
Oh, I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call.
So these are I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh,
I'm gonna do curved blade.
oh, good call.
So these
Oh, good call.
I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call.
So these aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using garbage.
Yeah,
regular
just
paper scissors.
Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so
Paper scissors.
regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those-
So these aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using garbage. These aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using garbage.
Yeah,
regular
just
paper scissors.
Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right? And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing.
And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look at that. What? My curved thing is not working as well as I hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look. You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look at that. Look at how tight, how sharp that is.
That's pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is,
like that. Look at that. Look at how tight, how sharp that is.
that's pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye.
Rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
Pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is, there's no
Out.
The only thing is, there's no heft. So maybe our next difficult.
Like that. Look at that. Look at how tight, how
It's a little difficult.
like that. Look at that. Look at how tight, how sharp that is.
That's pretty rad.
It's gonna sharp that is.
That's pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is, rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is, there's no heft. The only thing is, there's no heft. So maybe our next build should be like 2 stacked on top. So maybe our next build should be like 2 stacked on top.
Or maybe put a coin in the middle.
Oh yeah, like 2 stacked on top.
Or maybe put a coin in the middle.
Oh yeah.
To be
Like 2 stacked on top.
Or maybe put a coin in the middle.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, this feels to me like it wants to be closest to card throwing, because there's a whole technique to card throwing that I think would apply to a paper thin
Okay.
shuriken. I'm gonna.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, this feels to me like it wants to be closest to card throwing, because there's a whole technique to card throwing that I think would apply to a paper thin
Okay.
shuriken. Whole technique to card throwing that I think would apply to a paper thin
Okay.
shuriken. I'm gonna say, I actually think
I use the hammer.
this want. I'm gonna say, I actually think
I use the hammer.
this. I'm gonna say, I actually think
I use the hammer.
this want to be. It's great.
The hammer.
This want to be.
I use the hammer.
This want to be. It's great.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Hammer.
This want to be. It's great.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry, I interrupted you.
The more I see this moment, the more it feels like an extended outtakes bit. I can super see it. Like I can already hear the 60s samba music, and I can just like it fits so perfectly in extended outtakes. But I do kind of love keeping it in the episode proper.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was gonna
I
say,
often narrate my own actions.
I was gonna
I
say,
often narrate my own actions.
use the hammer.
And it becomes such a running gag throughout the episode that even though the later references to it could probably pretty easily be cut out, I think it kind of helps. It helps tie everything together for the episode a little bit.
I was gonna
I
say,
often narrate my own actions.
use the hammer. And you use the hammer to flatten down the.
Actions.
Use the hammer. And you use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in. Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in. And you use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in. Oh, that's cool. Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in. Use the hammer to flatten down. Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you. Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in.
Use the hammer.
Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in.
And narrate my own actions.
Use the hammer.
Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in. Oh, that's cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing a plane.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing a playing card, you want to keep it kind of loosely gripped between your first two fingers, and you're not actually throwing it and trying to time it. That's the mistake everybody makes. And you're not actually throwing it and trying to time it. That's the mistake everybody makes. Instead, you're going to hold it loose enough that the very act of your motion will cause the momentum to fling it forward, right?
Yeah.
And then you get right.
Yeah.
And then you get oh. All right, so when you're throwing a playing card, you want to keep it kind of loosely gripped between your first two fingers. And you're not actually throwing it and trying to time it. That's the mistake everybody makes.
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing a playing card, you want to keep it kind of loosely gripped between your first two fingers, and you're not actually throwing it and trying to time it. That's the mistake everybody makes. Instead, you're going to hold it loose enough that the very act of your motion will cause the momentum to fling it forward, right?
Yeah.
And then you get oh, that was a bounce. That bounced. It went right in. Oh, oh, that was. Oh, that was a bounce. That bounced. It went right in. That's amazing.
That's cool.
All right, let me tell you. That was a bounce. That bounced. It went right. Oh, that was a bounce. That bounced. It went right in. That's amazing. That was a bounce. That bounced. It bounced. That bounced. It went right in. Right?
Yeah.
And then you get oh, that bounced. It went right in. That's amazing.
That's cool.
All right, let me try again. Here, I'll try.
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right,
Try.
here we go. Amazing.
That's cool.
All right, let me try again. Here, I'll try.
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, here we go.
Try
Here we
that
go.
one.
Here we go. Ready? That's amazing.
That's cool.
All right, let me try again. Here, I'll try.
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, here we go.
Try
Here we
that
go.
one.
Here we go. Ready? Okay. All right, let me try again. Here, I'll try.
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
All
yeah.
right, here we go.
Try
Here we
that
go.
one.
Here we go. Ready? Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Oh wow.
Okay, that's actually pretty fun. I mean, these things are super light and flimsy, but that's actually pretty fun. I mean, these things are super light and flimsy, but
Yeah, and I guess this one has.
okay, that's actually pretty fun. I mean, these things are super light and flimsy, but
Yeah, and I guess this one has kind of a swirl pattern to it. So you picture this.
they're super light and flimsy, but
Yeah, and I guess this one has kind of a swirl pattern to it. So you picture this. Ooh. So it is. Yeah, and I guess this one has kind of a swirl pattern to it. So you picture this. So you picture this. swirl pattern to it. So you picture this. Ah, yep, yep, yep. Ooh. 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 So it does get bent up pretty fast. I'm a bad ninja. So it does get bent up pretty fast. I'm a bad ninja. It does get bent up pretty fast. I'm a bad ninja.
Oh!
I'm a bad ninja.
Oh!
I'm afraid of hitting you.
Sure. Oh!
I'm afraid of hitting you.
Sure.
All right, ready?
Yeah, blame me. That's good.
I'm afraid of hitting you.
Sure.
All right, ready?
Yeah, blame me. That's good.
Afraid of hitting you.
Sure.
All right, ready?
Yeah, blame me. That's good. Good.
Okay, all right, I'm feeling it. There. Okay, all right. There we go. I'm calling that good enough. I poked an eye out. There we go. I'm calling. There we go. I'm calling that good enough. I poked an eye out.
That's good.
So these guys are super flimsy. This one has a little more. Good enough. I poked an eye out.
That's good.
So these guys are super flimsy. This one has a little more heft. Feel the difference in the material on this stuff,
Yeah.
right? This is just sheet. So these guys are super flimsy. This one has a little more heft. Feel the. So these guys are super flimsy. This one has a little more heft. Feel the difference in the material on this stuff,
Yeah.
right? This is just sheet metal cut into the shape of a card because I'm more familiar with throwing cards. Whoops. Oh, that's. This is just sheet metal cut into the shape of a card because I'm more familiar with throwing cards. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, that's got the heft.
That was a pretty satisfying. That was a pretty satisfying.
Oh, that's got the heft.
That was a pretty satisfying.
That's got the heft.
That was a pretty satisfying thwack.
Try all of them. Try all.
God, Jason is such a comic book nerd. Like, so obviously, who else would use thwack?
That was a pretty satisfying thwack.
Try all.
Like, who just brings onomatopoeia into their everyday vernacular?
All of them. Try all of them.
Okay.
Jason would. Of course he would.
Okay, I'm probably not even going to hit the damn thing.
Not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying.
Try all of them. Try all of them.
Okay, I'm probably not even going to hit the damn thing. Okay, I'm probably not even going to hit the damn thing.
Your grip is right there.
Probably not even going to hit the damn thing.
Your grip is right there.
Probably not even going to hit the damn thing.
Your grip is right there in the middle. You're not going to be able to get it.
Okay.
You want to barely bite the edge. And then you're just going to do this side arm. Your grip is right there in the middle. You're not going to be able to get it.
Okay.
You want to barely bite the edge. And then you're just going to do this side arm.
Hit the damn thing.
Your grip is right there in the middle. You're not going to be able to get it.
Okay.
You want to barely bite the edge. And then you're just going to do this sidearm thing. You're never going to let go. Imagine you had goo on your hands and you're trying to, imagine you had goo on your hands and you're trying to get it out of your mucus. That's bite the edge, and then you're just going to do this sidearm thing. You're never going to let go. Imagine you had goo on your hands, and you're trying to get it out of your mucus. That's what you want to do. Get it out of your mucus.
It's a good soundbite.
Then you're just going to do this sidearm thing. You're never going to let go. Imagine you had goo on your hands, and you're trying to get it. Imagine you had goo on your hands, and you're trying to get it out of your mucus. That's what you want to do.
Probably twice a day.
That's what you want to do.
Probably twice a day.
That's what you want to do.
Probably.
That's what you want to do.
Probably twice a day.
Okay, you're throwing it like a frisbee, which you don't want to do. Okay, you're throwing it like a frisbee, which you don't want to do.
Yeah.
It's a weird laugh. I don't know that I've ever heard Jason laugh like that.
Okay, you're throwing it like a frisbee, which you don't want to do.
Yeah,
You want it. You're flicking off goo. You want it. You're flicking off goo. Okay, you're throwing it like a. Okay, you're throwing it like a frisbee, which you don't want to do.
Yeah,
You want it. You're flicking off goo. There we go.
It was a terrible shot.
There we go.
It was a terrible shot, but
There we go.
it was a terrible shot, but it was a much better throw.
Here, try it with this one. Try it.
Okay.
Try it with the card. There we go.
It was a terrible shot.
There we go.
It was a terrible shot, but it was a much better throw.
Here, try it with this one.
Shot, but it was a much better throw.
Here, try it with this one. Try it.
Okay.
Try it with the card.
Terrible shot, but it was a much better throw.
Here, try it with this one. Try it.
Okay.
Try it with the card.
Throw.
Here, try it with this one. Try it.
Okay.
Try it with the card.
Throw.
Here, try it with this one. Try it.
Okay.
Try it with the card.
Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Card.
Right here. Right here.
Now you're talking.
That felt good.
Right
Right here. Right here.
Now you're talking.
That felt good.
So if we were to do a weight,
Right here.
now you're talking.
That felt.
Now you're talking.
That felt good. Right here.
Now you're talking.
That felt good.
Now you're talking.
That felt good.
So
That felt good.
if we were to do a weighted one, Would we want to double these up or just put coins in them?
How about you just try to throw one as is?
Oh, geez. So if we were to do a weighted one, would we want to double these up or just put coins in them?
How about you just try to throw one as is?
Oh, geez.
Dude, these are dope. Hold on. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect that. These are dope. Hold on. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect
So if we were to do a weighted one, would we want to double these up or just put coins in them?
How about you just try to throw one as is?
Oh, geez.
How about you just try to throw one as is?
Oh, geez. Geez.
Try to throw one as is.
Oh, geez.
Dude, these are dope. Hold on. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect that. Dude, these are dope. Hold on. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect that. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect that. Just as is. I didn't expect that. Just as is.
Oh, man.
I didn't expect that. Just as is. Just as is.
Oh, man.
I didn't expect that. Just as is.
Oh, man. Dude, oh, man. Dude, this is better. If you just want target.
Time update. It is 6:22 a.m. We have 3 hours 37 minutes, 3 hours 40 minutes, somewhere in that range. We are 7 minutes into the audio correction phase, so we're almost halfway done with this lumbering, cumbersome part of the process.
Oh, man. Dude, this is better. If you just want target practice. If you just want target practice. No. This is better. If you just want target practice. No. No. No.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, that's satisfying.
Why are we bothering to even...
Satisfying.
Why are we...
Oh, that's satisfying.
Why are we bothering to even make them shuriken?
Oh, satisfying.
Why are we bothering...
Satisfying.
Why are we bothering to even make them shuriken?
know.
These are amazing. These are called... bothering to even make them shuriken.
know.
These are amazing. These are called grip right. Bothering to even make them shuriken.
know.
These are amazing. These are called
know.
these are amazing. These are called grip right fastener. Called grip right fasteners. And plus, like, feel the weight of them in your hand. Put on. And plus, like, feel the weight of them in your hand. Put on the goggles. Just hold it. Let me. Put on the goggles. Just hold it. Let me go. The goggles. Just hold it. Let me go to town.
Well, let me get out of the way. How about that?
No? No, I mean you hold it.
Oh.
Physically hold it.
How about that?
No? No, I mean you hold it.
Oh.
Physically hold it. Be in the way.
Jesus Christ, are you serious? Let me get out of the way. How about that? Well, let me get out of the way. How about that?
No? No, I mean you hold it.
Oh.
No? No, I mean you hold it. Physically hold it. Be in the way.
Jesus Christ.
In the way.
Jesus Christ, are you serious?
In your.
Well, let me get out of the way. How about that?
No? No, I mean you hold it. Physically hold it. Be in the way.
Jesus Christ, are you serious?
In your. Be in the way.
Jesus Christ, are you serious?
In your hand, it feels like a slinky. That's about the thickness of the metal. In your hand, it feels like a slinky. That's about the thick. In your hand, it feels like a slinky. That's about the thickness of the metal here. And it's like I feel like I'm holding a circular deck of cards. I feel like I was meant for this moment. Slinky. That's about the thickness of the metal here. And it's like I feel like I'm holding a circular deck of. That's about the thickness of the metal here. And it's like I feel like I'm holding a circular deck of cards. I feel like I was meant for this moment.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think any of these will cut you.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think any of these will cut you, but I think they're going to feel really good to throw at you. Throw at you. All right, ready?
Ready.
I don't think any of these will cut you, but I think they're going to feel really good to throw at you. All right, ready?
Ready.
Oh! All right, ready?
Ready.
All right, ready?
Ready.
Oh!
Ready.
Oh! Oh!
Thanks for waiting.
Oh! Oh!
Thanks for waiting.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh!
Thanks for waiting.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh my God, I'm Gambit! Oh my God, I'm Gambit! Oh my God, I'm Gambit! Oh my God, I'm Gambit. I was meant for this.
Ow!
I was meant for this.
Ow!
Oh, damn it. Oh, damn it. Oh, oh, damn it. Wow. Oh, did that hurt? Sorry. It's fun. Oh, did that hurt? Sorry. It's fun. Sorry. Sorry. It's fun. Oh, this is a million times superior to even bothering to make them sharp on the edges. That is a... Oh, this is a million times superior to even bothering to make them sharp on the edges. That is amazing. That is amazing. We're good? That is amazing. We're good?
All right. I have a challenge for you that doesn't involve throwing stuff at me. I have a challenge for you that doesn't involve throwing stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some move that doesn't involve throwing stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some move stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some moving targets? Ooh. Stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some moving targets?
Ooh, yeah, why not? So what do you think? Ooh, yeah, why not? So what do you think's going to happen on balloons?
Targets?
Ooh, yeah, why not? So what do you think's going to happen on balloons? So what do you think's going to happen on balloons?
I think these could still pop them.
Yeah, I think so too.
But these, I think these could still pop them.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
But these definitely.
Yeah, why not? So what do you think's going to happen on balloons?
I think these could still pop them.
Yeah, I think so too.
But these, I think these could still pop them.
Yeah, I think so too.
But these definitely
will. Yeah.
Right. But these definitely
will. Yeah.
Right.
And by the way, inflate the balloons nice and big if you... By the way, inflate the balloons nice and big if you want them easy to pop. That's a trick that the old carnies would use, is they would underinflate the balloons.
Oh, yeah?
And so when you threw a dart, they would just bounce off of them.
Really?
So here's... So when you threw a dart, they would just bounce off of them.
Really?
So here... them easy to pop. That's a trick that the old carnies would use, is they would underinflate the balloons.
Oh, yeah?
And so when you threw a dart, they would just bounce off of them.
Really?
So here's the challenge. I am much more confident and precise with the circular ones,
Okay.
right? But these are definitely going to be able to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
So it'll be a contest between So here's the challenge. I am much more confident and precise with the circular ones,
Okay.
right? But these are definitely going to be able to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
So it'll be a So here's the challenge. I am much more confident and precise with the circular ones,
Okay.
right? But these are definitely going to be able to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
So it'll be
So just FYI, in case you haven't realized, when I'm going through this, the only thing I'm looking at really is just this bar over here, just seeing where it peaks out.
a contest between my aim and the pokiness.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between here and here, just to see exactly what I need to cut up. But
To see if I
when I'm going through the review process, that's really all I'm looking at over here.
can get to see if I can get it. Which one do you want to do first?
Let's.
The balloon.
Yeah.
So it'll be a contest between my aim and the These are definitely going to be able to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
So it'll be a contest between my aim and the pokiness to see if I can get it. Which one do you want to do first?
Let's do the pokiness.
Okay. All right. Go for it. First.
Let's do the pokiness.
Okay. All right. Go for it.
The pokiness.
Okay. All right. Go for it. Oh. All right. Try it again. Try it again. Oh. All right. Try it again. Try it again. All right. Try it again. Try it again. Damn it. Ah. Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yes.
That was great. Oh, that was awesome.
Yes.
That was great. I'm really surprised. Despite getting banged up a lot, there's still... Really surprised. Despite getting banged up a lot, they're still effective. Using a hammer.
He's using a hammer.
Okay.
Using a hammer.
He's using a hammer.
Using a hammer.
He's using a hammer.
Using a hammer.
He's using.
Using a hammer.
He's using a hammer.
Okay.
Still effective. Using a hammer.
He's using a hammer.
Okay.
Yeah!
Okay.
Yeah! Dude, that's really satisfying. That's really satisfying. That's satisfying. That's great.
You'll try the.
That's really satisfying. That's really satisfying. That's great.
You'll try the...
Yeah, we'll try the discs. I think it...
You'll try the...
Yeah, we'll try the discs. I think it... I think it'll... Yeah, we'll try the discs. I think it'll work. Try the discs. I think it'll work.
Oh! No!
All right, another one.
Oh! No!
All right, another one. Oh my God! It missed, but it's embedded in the wall. Oh my God! It missed, but it's embedded in the wall. Whoopsie.
Oops!
Oh no! Whoopsie.
Oops!
We're not going to tell the landlord. It's embedded in the wall. Whoopsie.
Oops!
We're not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah. Shh. No one's watching.
Not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah. Shh. No one's watching.
We're not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah. Shh. No one's watching. Yeah. Shh. No one's watching. Yeah. Shh. No one's watching. Yeah. Shh. No one's watching.
Landlord about the.
Yeah. Shh. No one's watching. Oops.
We're not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah. Shh. No one's watching.
So there are a couple of different ways that we do text. 3 hours 15 minutes. So I almost always do text in Premiere because obviously they have a title text tool. It is okay. It does some things well and it does many things not well, but it's good enough for most applications. Typically we end up doing either white or yellow, kind of a yellow-orange color. I just sort of like both of those. And the problem with white is generally it can be tough when you have a bright image. It kind of blends in, certainly. And with orange, it can be kind of tough because of colors. A lot of our videos tend to skew a little bit warmer, a little bit closer to orange and yellow. So sometimes it blends in a little bit there. A lot of times, what we'll do is we'll do, and you saw me apply that. We'll apply an edge and depth, and so that'll give it this kind of look, and it'll help it stand out from the background. Another way to achieve that, and maybe we'll do it here, would basically be to constrict the luminance of the image. So really, you're looking for the high end. You bring the high end down like this. If you watch Scam School, this past week's episode of Scam School, the I wonder if it's still titled what I titled it, the prison wine problem or whatever. We did a lot of this, well, except for I did not have this stuff. So remove those. So we had a lot of bright text on background that had the highlights brought way down, and you could even do something like this, maybe give it a little bit of a natural thing. And so that way you can very clearly see what's happening in the background, and you can still use, bright text without any kind of borders or anything, and it still stands out no matter what's happening in the shot. So just a heads up that's always kind of an option. I'm kind of going back and forth on whether I want this to be one line or two lines. I think one line is a little bit funnier. But I also think having that text be pretty big is pretty funny. But I like the simplicity of this form factor.
So we're not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah, it's fine. No one's watching.
Here we go.
It's fine. No one's watching.
So like I could bring this down, but I do sort of like it being dead center. I guess if it's just going to be on this one shot, then I can pull it down. If it were going to span across multiple shots, I'd have it dead center just for continuity, because it would be less about moving it around whatever's in the shot. Anyway.
Whoopsie. Oops. So we're not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah, it's fine. No one's watching.
Here we go. What the heck? It made that wicked ass sound too. Did not.
Yeah, it's fine. No one's watching.
Here we go. Here we go. What the heck? Here we go. Here we go. What the heck? It made that wicked ass sound too. What the heck? It made that wicked ass sound. What the heck? It made that wicked ass sound too. It made that wicked ass sound too. Did not see that coming.
I know.
Did not see that coming.
I know.
Okay, what if we just added the ridges? Okay, what if we just added the ridges?
Yeah.
Like the initial cut, right? Right? Okay, what if we just added the ridges
Yeah.
like the initial cut, right?
That'll give us some.
Okay, what if we just added the ridges
Yeah.
like the initial cut, right?
That'll give us some points.
Right? So now I
Give us some points.
right? So now I got like
It'll give us some points.
right? So now I got like a whirling pinwheel type thing with just enough pokiness that it'll pop balloons.
It'll give us some points.
Right? So now I got like a whirling pinwheel type thing with just enough pokiness that it'll pop balloons. Like a whirling pinwheel type thing with just enough pokiness that it'll pop balloons. Right? So now I got like a whirling pinwheel type thing with just enough pokiness that it'll pop balloons. Yeah!
That did the trick. Do you want to try something else?
Yeah!
That did the trick. Do you want to try something else?
What else do you got? That's not.
Do you want to try something else? Do you want to try something else?
What else do you got? That's not. What else do you got? That's not a good idea. Seems like set up the target. That's not a good idea. Seems like. That's not a good idea. Seems like set up the target. Seems like set up the target. Set up the target. Okay, so here's the thing: is there actually is. Okay, so here's the thing: is there actually is a trick to fling playing cards. Okay, so here's the thing: is there actually is a trick to fling playing cards. You just. Is a trick to fling playing cards. You just pinch it in a rubber band and then it flies just like that, right?
Very cool.
So I would imagine the same thing works with this metal card. You just pinch it in a rubber band and then it flies just like that, right?
Very cool.
So I would imagine the same thing works with this metal card. You just pinch it in a rubber band and then it flies just like that, right?
Very cool.
So I would imagine the same thing works with this metal like that, right?
Very cool.
So I would imagine the same thing works with this metal card.
You think?
With this metal card.
You think? You think?
Not so much.
Maybe not. You think?
Not so much.
Maybe not.
Not so much.
Maybe not.
Works, right?
Cool.
Works, right?
Cool. Yeah.
Works, right?
Cool. Yeah.
And then Works, right?
Cool. Yeah.
And then, and so now I guess we should try that with the stars. Works, right?
Cool. Yeah.
And then, and so now I guess we should try that with the stars. What? we're all fine here. I will just use. The stars. What? we're all fine here. I will just use the rubber band. Pull it back like that.
Just a little over 3 hours left. And we are 11 and a half minutes into this audio process. So we moved what? 5 minutes through the episode over the course of 20 to 30 minutes of real time. So that means we'll have about 2.5 hours left by the time we actually get through the end of this. Ghoul.
I will just use the rubber band.
Not looking
I
good.
will just use the rubber band. Pull it back like that. Not so much. 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 Not so much.
Nope.
Not feeling it.
Nope.
Not
Is
feeling
it too light?
Part of it is
Nope.
not
Is
feeling
it too light?
Part of it is that it's difficult to figure.
Nope.
Not
Is
feeling
it too light?
Part of it is that it's difficult to figure out where you should. Part of it is that it's difficult to figure out where you should line it up to. I'm going to put it way on the edge this time. I'm just going to put it time. I'm just going to put it right this time. I'm just going to put it right in the middle. I'm just going to put it right in the middle.
Closer.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. I'm just going to put it right in the middle.
Closer.
All right, now we're getting somewhere.
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 Oh! There it is.
That's what you do. I'm pinching it right in the middle. Oh!
There it is.
That's what you do. I'm pinching it right in the middle like I'm slingshotting a quarter is what I'm thinking of it as. I'm pinching it right in the middle like I'm slingshotting a quarter is what I'm thinking of it as. All right.
Okay.
Of it as. All right. All right. All right. We'll just call it that one. I mean,
We'll just call it that one.
I mean, we'll try the slingshot, but it just feels like it's going to be so chaotic and wild. You're not going to get that.
Let's call it that one.
I mean, we'll try the slingshot, but it just.
We'll just call it that one.
I mean, we'll try the slingshot, but it just feels like it's going to be so.
We'll just call it that one.
I mean, we'll try the sling.
These do look a bit different. The color match didn't do a perfect job. I might try to color chart this camera specifically. You can really see it in the blues of their shirts, right? Like this is a billion times more subdued than this is. Here it's super prominent and bright. You can also see it quite a bit in this what is that? Some kind of panel or something? It's not tape. But here it's like this super deep, really saturated blue. Whereas here it's a bit more desaturated. It's a little bit brighter. And that might be because this camera was the detail camera that was over in this section. So the screenshot that I used for this camera had the color chart at a weird angle and super small. So it might have just gotten a bad sample. Who knows? Or maybe it just does a bad job and I'm just now finding out. It's entirely possible. And also
We'll just call it that one.
I mean,
like it's a bit more magenta than it should be, probably. But also that could be psychosomatic.
We'll just call it that one.
I mean, we'll try the slingshot, but it just feels like it's going to be so chaotic and wild. You're not going to get that precise spin.
Especially since we're dealing with things.
I mean, we'll try the slingshot, but it just feels like it's going to be so chaotic and wild. You're not going to get that precise spin.
Especially since we're dealing with things that are so light.
I guess we'll try the discs first.
Especially since we're dealing with things that are so light.
I guess we'll try the disc. I guess we'll try the discs first.
A bunch of them at once.
Yeah. Now this I do feel like.
A bunch of them at once.
Yeah. Now this I do feel like has a chance of working. A brick of them all at once, so it's closer to regular shot, and it's the discs.
I feel like it's.
Now this I do feel like has a chance of working. A brick of them all at once, so it's closer to regular. Yeah. Now this I do feel like has a chance of working. A brick of them all at once, so it's closer to regular shot, and it's the discs.
I feel like it's going to be a ridiculous disaster. Disaster. I feel like it's going to be a ridiculous disaster. All right.
All right, can you do it with the
All right.
All right, can you do it with the shuriken? Try it with.
All right.
All right, can you do it with the shuriken? Try it with the.
All right.
All right, can you do it with the shuriken?
All right.
All right, can you do it with the shuriken? Try it with the pinwheel. Shuriken? Try it with the pinwheel.
Okay. Yeah.
Like see if it's possible with just.
Yeah.
Like see if it's possible with just one to hit that balloon.
Okay. Yeah.
Like see if it's possible with just one to hit that balloon. Bladed balloon. Bladed. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
Now that was the bladed one.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Now that was the bladed one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that was the bladed one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try the target. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try the target. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try the target. All right, hold on. Let's try the target. Ooh, okay. Boy, that. Ooh, okay. Boy, that does get a lot of force.
Reminder to everybody out there, save your work. No matter what you're working on, just save it. I got a pretty good habit. Like, to me, it's almost a nervous tick of doing Control S, but it's always the day that you forget to do it that something goes wrong. Save your work.
Ooh, okay. Boy, that does get a lot of force. I'm surprised it doesn't just bang into your hand. I'm surprised it doesn't just bang. A lot of force. I'm surprised it doesn't just bang into your hand.
Me too. Me too.
Into your hand.
Me too. Yeah.
It doesn't get that spinning. Or try another.
Yeah.
It doesn't get that spinning. Or try another. Did that embed itself in there?
We're getting close. I can feel it. We're so close to the end.
Did that embed itself in there?
What happened?
Oh my goodness.
What happened? What happened?
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
Oh my goodness. That. Oh my goodness. That is so deep. Goodness. That is so deep.
How deep is it, Brian?
That is so deep. Look at how, feel how deeply embedded in there that is. Look at how, feel how deeply embedded in, look at how, feel how deeply embedded,
Guess we clean that up a little bit.
feel how deeply embedded in there that is. Wow. That is. Wow.
It's all warped.
Okay, let's do it with the Sharpie. Wow.
It's all warped.
Wow.
It's all warped.
Okay, let's do it with the Sharpie ones.
Okay. You want?
Okay, let's do it with the Sharpie ones.
Okay. You want to try? Try? You want to do it?
No, I don't.
You want to try? You want to do it?
No, I don't.
No?
I'm scared of this.
Oh.
There's plenty of brute force in.
You want to try? You want to do it?
No, I don't.
No?
I'm scared of this.
Oh.
There's plenty of brute force in. Scared of this. There's plenty of brute force in this, but there's so little control. It makes me nervous. I'm scared of this. There's plenty of brute force in this, but there's so little control. It makes me nervous. And you're just doing it right in the middle.
Yep.
And you're just doing it right in the middle.
Yep.
And you're just doing it right in the middle.
Yep. That was pathetic.
Oh.
That was pathetic.
Now I know with the rubber band, it is important that it not be exact. Now I know with the rubber band, it is important that it not be exact. I know with the rubber band, it is important that it not be exactly in the center.
Jeez, that doesn't look like that's going to work at all.
Jeez.
That's
Jeez. In the center.
Jeez, that doesn't look like that's going to work at all.
Try it.
Jeez, that doesn't look like that's going to work at all.
Try it.
Like that's going to work at all.
Try it. Holy cow! You took out the cow. Holy cow! You took out the light. Holy cow! You took out the lights. 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 Hold. Lights. Holy freak. Holy freaking cow. Holy freaking cow.
Whoa.
Look at. Holy freaking cow.
Whoa.
Look at how deeply embedded. Look at how deeply embedded this was. Deeply embedded this was. I stand 100%. Look at how deeply embedded this was. I stand 100% corrected. This thing utterly blasted straight in, almost went through the entire target. I stand 100% corrected. This thing utterly blasted straight in, almost went through the entire target. And almost went through the entire target.
That was surprisingly
Blasted straight in, almost went through the entire target.
That was surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I like it.
And surprisingly sharp. So, shuriken. They don't seem like a toy anymore.
Yeah.
So close. My neck hurts so bad. So close. I'm very tired. It's 7:15 a.m. We have 2 hours, 45 minutes until publish time. Home stretch. We can totally do this.
So, shuriken. They don't seem like a toy anymore.
Yeah. No.
So, shuriken. Surprisingly sharp.
That was surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
Surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I like it.
And surprisingly sharp.
Surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I like it.
And surprisingly sharp. So, shuriken. They don't seem and surprisingly sharp.
Surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I like it.
And surprisingly sharp. So, shuriken. They don't seem like a toy anymore.
Yeah. No. I think we could actually hurt somebody with
They
one
seem
of
like
those.
genuine weapons of harassment.
Yeah. No. I think we could actually hurt somebody with
They
one of
seem
those.
like genuine weapons of harassment. It's almost as though warriors of old actually had a good reason for using them.
Now, there actually hurt somebody with
They
one
seem
of
like
those.
genuine weapons of harassment. It's almost as though warriors of old actually had a good reason for using them.
Now, there are
Old actually had a good reason for using them.
There are a billion different variants.
Genuine weapons of harassment. It's almost as though warriors of old actually had a good reason for using them.
Now, there are a billion different variations on how to make these. I've seen people use X-Acto knives. Now, there are a billion different variations on how to make these. I've seen people.
Reason for using them.
Now, there are a billion different variations on how to make these. I've seen people use X-Acto knives, thread cutters, disassembling variations on how to make these. I've seen people use X-Acto knives, thread cutters, disassembling those, and then
Razor
reassembling
blades,
them.
there's a good tutorial.
Cutters, disassembling those, and then
Razor
reassembling
blades,
them.
there's a good tutorial.
Razor blades, all sorts. Those, and then
Razor
reassembling
blades,
them.
there's a good tutorial.
Razor blades, all sorts of stuff. Now,
Tutorial.
razor blades, all sorts of stuff. Now, these are just like roofing discs.
I'll tell you what, the roof.
God, I forgot that I still have to do the pickups. Oh, there's still so much left.
Now, these are just like roofing discs.
I'll tell you what, the roofing.
I was being a little generous when I said we're in the home stretch.
I'll tell you what, the roofing discs by themselves.
Disassembling those, and
Razor
then reassembling
blades,
them.
there's a good tutorial.
Razor blades, all sorts of stuff. Now, these are just like roofing discs.
I'll tell you what, the roofing discs by themselves, if you know how to throw cards, they're astonishingly precise. It's really the best way to go. But I would imagine that with a little bit of practice, you can get the same way. The roofing discs by themselves, if you know how to throw cards, they're astonishingly precise. It's really the best way to go. But I would imagine that with a little bit of practice, you can get the same way. You'll want to make all of your stars exactly the same so that you get a rhythm.
Ooh, we've been recording for 9 hours. Oof, what a frenzy.
Imagine that with a little bit of practice, you can get the same
YouTube's
way.
gonna love
You'll want
that.
to make all of your stars.
Love it.
I would imagine that with a little bit of practice, you can get the same way. You'll want to make all of your stars exactly the same so that you get a rhythm to know how to throw it just right.
Yeah, and
To know how to throw it just right.
yeah, and you also have
To know how to throw it just right.
yeah, and you also have the actual bladed ones here, which take all of 45 seconds to make. Which take all of 45 seconds to make. Then we have the halfway in between. We have the halfway in between.
I'll tell you what. This is the one I'd like to see people experimenting with. The little pin. I'll tell you what. This is the one I'd like to see people experimenting with. The little.
Halfway in between.
This is the one I'd like to see.
Does he better describe it? I know I cut out the rest for a reason, but I don't remember what.
Between
The
disc.
pinwheel thing.
Okay.
Pinwheel thing.
Yeah, that might be worth keeping.
We're-
Halfway in between
the
disc.
pinwheel thing. This is the one.
In between
The
disc.
pinwheel thing. This is the one I'd like to see people experimenting with. The little pinwheel design, because
Yeah, that's the only downside is that he says pinwheel twice pretty closely together.
experiment.
In between
The
disc.
pinwheel thing. This is the one I'd like to see people experimenting with. The little pinwheel design, because that pokiness is going to definitely.
I could cut out the second one.
People experimenting with the little pinwheel design, because that pokiness is going to definitely injure, and considering that the whole.
Unfortunately, I don't think we got much. I don't think we got a lot of good footage of the pinwheel design, because that was like a weird half-made version of the shuriken.
Pinwheel thing. This is the one I'd like to see people experimenting with.
Disc.
The pinwheel thing. This is the one I'd like to see people experimenting with, because that pokiness is going to definitely injure, and considering that the whole purpose is to harass people, it just seems like that's got the precision on there.
Then there's
Because that pokiness is going to definitely injure, and considering that the whole purpose is to harass people, it just seems like that's got the precision on there.
then there's the
I just hope people understand what he's saying when he says the pinwheel thing, because I just don't know that we showed enough of it for people to understand.
The whole purpose is to harass people. It just seems like that's got the precision on there.
then there's the sheet metal card.
Sheet metal card might, to me, be the most dangerous of all of them. It's got on there.
Then there's the sheet metal
Precision on there.
then there's the sheet metal card.
Sheet metal card might, to me, be the most dangerous of all of them.
Card.
Sheet metal card might, to me, be the most dangerous of all of them. It's got a little more heft and got insane penetrating power. It's got a little more heft and got insane penetrating power. But I will vouch for insane penetrating power. But I will vouch for all of the
to myself.
but I will vouch for all of these were much more dangerous than I originally thought. None of this is a good idea to muck around with. But I will vouch for all of these were much more dangerous than I originally. I will vouch for all of these were much more dangerous than I originally thought. None of this is a good idea to muck around with. Don't do this than I originally thought. None of this is a good idea to muck around with.
Don't do this at home.
In fact, our whole show, let us do it. That's what we do.
Yeah. Now.
God, we're so close. We're so close. I could probably fall asleep standing up if I really wanted to. If I was really pressured to.
Don't do this at home. Don't do this at home.
In fact, our whole show, let us do it. That's what we do.
Yeah. Now.
We do.
Yeah. Now it's time for the next part of the game, the most dangerous game. Now it's time for the next part of the game, the most dangerous game. The most dangerous game. Run.
Oh, Jesus.
Run.
Oh, Jesus. No! No!
Didn't really make a convincing run. Gonna dock you a point on that, Brian.
Run.
Oh, Jesus. No! No!
Okay. So, hey, we made it through the audio normalization section, and it looks like we cut out a few seconds along the way. We're almost at 16 minutes even, which is great. We have 2.5 hours remaining. Hey, that's exactly what my prediction said based off of trending rates of me cutting through that audio. I'm still working on this bell pepper. It's pretty much done though. It's getting there. Okay, so let's handle a few things.
Don't do this at home.
In fact,
Okay, so here's how disclaimers work. Okay. Shuriken may be subject to local, state, or come on, dog. Don't cut me off with that autosave. National law. Don't break the law. And don't do crimes. We're not advocating that you do anything except be a good, lawful human being who brings good into the world and doesn't and doesn't is the appropriate. Attack others with shurikens or other things. So, Oswald, we could do movie letters and just like super condensed. I need more condensed fonts. I really do. That's one of the big reasons why I like Oswald. And I make this nice and small so that basically nobody can read it. Unless you're trying to read it, then it's still you can still see it. That's not gonna work. See, this is one of the big problems with this titler tool. Like you can't zoom in at all. There's zero zooming into this. How? What are you doing, Adobe? What are you doing? Shuriken may be subject to local, state, or national law. Don't break the law and don't do crimes. We're not advocating that you do anything except being a good, lawful human being who brings good into the world and doesn't attack others with shurikens or anything else. Except kindness. Making sure I did the right accept. Okay. Make that a little bit smaller. Unfortunately, this is gonna overlap with closed captions for people who do closed captions. So sorry. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. All right, let's fade it in, fade it out.
These were much more dangerous than I originally thought. None of this is a good idea to muck around with.
Don't do this at home.
In fact, our whole show, let us do it. That's what we do.
Yeah. Now it's time for the next part of
Let's drop it down to 30. I think that's perfectly readable.
Muck around with.
Don't do this at home.
In fact, our whole show, let us do it. That's what we do.
Shuriken may be subject to local, state, or national law. Don't break the law and don't do crimes. We're not advocating that you do anything except being a good, lawful human being who brings good into the world and doesn't attack others with shurikens or anything else except kindness. Oh, right. I need to condense that a little bit more because that's another thing that the titler does not do. If you add more text, it doesn't remember your settings, which is unfortunate. So -1. So let's just grab all that. There we go.
Good idea to muck around with.
Don't do this at home.
In fact, our whole show, let us do it. That's what we do.
Yeah. Now it's time for the next part of the game, the most dangerous game. Run.
Oh, Jesus. No! No!
Okay. So this is a sound design thing. I might just not do that at all in any capacity.
For shuriken is sword that is hidden in the hand.
I still want to do that. We have 2.5 hours. That should be enough time to handle that. So really the only thing we have to do marker wise right now is do these inserts. Okay. So let's see what we got.
All right, you're just going to take a little cut here, and you're going to do 4 of them at 90-degree angles, but don't cut all the way into the middle. Leave a little space in there.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to take all of that.
Damn it, Brian. So you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're...
I don't know what the quick command is for. Is there a ripple insert? There has to be, right? Okay, so let's raise this up a bit so that way I can kind of see it and distinguish it from the others. And see where it fits in. We can kind of tell, is there any space for the audio? Is there any space for the video? There's almost certainly space for the video, but is there any space for the audio? I don't know.
Not deadly.
What shape are we doing?
So you're just going to take your disc here. Don't cut all the way into the center. Did you already start cutting?
I did. Give me another one.
Damn it, Brian. All right, you're just going to take a little cut here, and you're going to do 4 of them at 90-degree angles, but don't cut all the way into the middle. Leave a little space in there. So you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass,
Okay.
right? So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
Oh,
Okay.
Take a little cut here, and you're going to do 4 of them at 90-degree angles, but don't cut all the way into the middle. Leave a little space.
So I don't think we need the audio for that quite
4
yet.
different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass,
Okay.
right? So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree.
Now this is a little tricky, right? Because in the pickup, he does the first cut and then he points out the circle. Whereas here, he points out the circle, then he cuts, which is like a tough continuity thing to keep track of.
You're going to do 4 of them at 90-degree angles, but don't cut all the way into the middle. Leave a little
Right, so like we could use this, but then people would see that cut.
different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass,
Okay.
right?
So I probably just won't use the center bit, but I will use this cut bit.
Here, and you're going to do 4 of them at 90-degree angles, but don't.
Okay, so
And you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass,
Okay.
right? So just do 4 cuts.
let's check all of our other angles just in case.
And you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass.
That's probably still the best.
Different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass,
Okay.
right? So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
So yeah, this whole section can be taken up right here.
Mass,
Okay.
right? So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
oh, got it. You're
So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
oh, got it. You're perpendicular cuts.
Angles.
Oh, got it. You're perpendicular cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural
Space in there. So you're going to cut.
Okay, so let's dump that. Let's go back to pickups. Let's raise that up as well, just to keep track of it.
There's a natural grain too that makes it easy to line up with for the first 2.
You want all of your cuts to be about equal. Okay. And then once you get the 4.
Okay, so we got Brian and Jason. And of course, we can just change the cameras and we have Brian and Jason as well.
Perpendicular cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
So let's
Killer
just dial that
cuts.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too.
I'm going to trim that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Now, on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I should do at least one close-up of Jason so that way you understand what's happening.
on these 4
Particularly
wedges,
towards the
Yep.
end.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect.
Into each of
Perpendicular natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Now,
Dissect it basically.
yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an instruction.
So the instructable, I'm not going to do any kind of on-screen graphic. That's the kind of thing that sometimes I might. But in this case, I just feel like I don't really have the time and it wouldn't really benefit the video much, but it will be in the description.
Grain on there too that makes it easy to follow. It makes it easy to follow.
Now, on these 4 wedges,
Yep. natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow. On there too that makes it easy to follow. Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
That's unfortunately a little awkward. If you're paying attention to Jason's
Grain on
hand,
there
he releases
too that makes it easy to
and
follow.
then he releases. So maybe dive back a little bit.
This natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Now, on these,
And maybe push it back a little as well.
There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
now, on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the pickup shots.
Equal. Okay. And then once you get the 4 spots, bisect those the same length. Once you get the 4 spots, bisect those the same length.
Yep.
Cut another wedge into each. On these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually. And again, these aren't going to be a
Let's go and cinch that up.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually.
And so we can breathe a little bit of life into this shot by just adjusting the position and scale. Also, it looks like I moved the camera during this. So let's pull it back to like 80%.
Wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually. And again, these aren't going to be
I kind of like the idea of this extending all the way to here. It's a bit longer than a single shot would typically last, but I think it's fine.
4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually. And again, these aren't going to be effective weapons.
Well, first of all, the shuriken itself is.
Aren't going to be effective weapons.
Well, first of all, the shuriken itself is not an effective weapon, right?
Super disposable and lo-fi, just like these.
As a matter of fact, katanas you can find nowadays because they're well preserved, because they were valued and handed down through generations. Because shuriken are disposable weapons of harassment, the ones you find, they're all rusted and banged up and no good.
Really?
Yeah. We're gonna make one of those things that you put candles over and it spins around.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like it.
Hey,
Sorry.
you know that thing about throwing stars? We're not doing that at all.
Forget that. All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
Okay, that would be a nice thing to have pickups of.
All right.
Okay. And then take every other one and fold it in.
Okay.
What am I doing?
You're just taking
All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and you're just taking every other tab and folding it.
Let's start at 75. Let's start at 65. What? Crazy. Actually, let's start at 70. And then we can work our way in.
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right.
Just very quietly folding them in.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call. Folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that.
Forget that.
All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points in. Folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's
In.
all right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
Let's just use this all the way through.
All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call.
So these aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using garbage, regular paper scissors.
Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is.
Okay, let's get some close-ups of them cutting the edges out.
All right.
Okay, and then just cut it into points.
That might be
And then-
that might be good to show for just like that, and it's done.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do
Point.
All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that.
Let's take this, scale it down to 50.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do
Flimsy. And those points, you can actually just cut it in. Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call.
So these aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using garbage, regular paper scissors.
Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I'd hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look at that. Look at how tight it's.
These things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is not working.
So that way maybe we can get a little bit of ambient audio from that pickup.
Yeah,
regular
just
paper scissors.
Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I'd hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that
Really brings that together.
scissors.
Regular one. Yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I'd hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look at that. Look at how tight, how sharp that is.
That's pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is there's no heft, so maybe our next build.
Sharp that is.
That's pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is there's pretty rad.
It's gonna poke an eye out.
The only thing is there's no heft. The only thing is there's no heft, so maybe our next build should be like.
I think I'm going to cut that out. You could say it's liability, but
It's how sharp that is.
There's no heft.
but not really. Like the real reason why I'm cutting that little bit out is because Brian is going on about just how sharp it is. But if we don't have great footage of that, I mean, I guess I could. We might have good pickup footage of Brian's thing, which should be theoretically made the same way. But I just don't want to linger on the idea of, wow, Brian's is so
Remember we were
sharp.
gonna- that
And
was on our original
also,
pitch.
we're just
Oh,
not
yeah.
allowed to see it, I
Was the,
guess.
Improvised repair weapon.
Still want to get an airbag. Somebody opens it.
Which just
slams the door.
blasts them back.
Yeah. They use hammer.
Good.
So that one's Brian's. He doesn't really hold it up. We could see him cut it.
Original pitch
Oh yeah.
was the improvised repair.
An airbag, and put it behind a door. If somebody opens it,
Which just
slams the door.
blasts them back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That doesn't really help us. So
Look at how tight, how sharp that is.
There's no heft, so maybe our next build should be like two stacked on top.
Or
something,
maybe put a coin in the middle.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, this feels to me
honestly, this should probably be the wide.
There's no heft, so maybe our next build should be like two stacked on top.
or
something,
maybe put a coin in the middle.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, this feels to me like it wants to be closest to card throwing because there's a whole tech. I actually applied to a paper thin
Okay.
shuriken. I'm gonna say, I actually think
I don't think we
Use
need
the
to pick
hammer.
this
this want to be.
hammer.
it's great.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was gonna
I often narrate my own actions.
Use the hammer.
use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in.
Is that all right?
that's cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing a playing card, you want to keep it kind of loosely gripped between your first two fingers, and you're not actually throwing it and trying to time it. That's the mistake everybody makes. Instead, you're going to hold it loose enough
Okay.
that the
I
very
think
act
we're
of
good. I think we're good. I can get rid of this marker. Okay, this one was supposed to be this. But whatever. That's fine. Just make it a little bit louder. Like, it just doesn't sound very satisfying, and I'd love to be able to put time into it, but I don't think that's going to happen at this rate. We have 2 hours, 6 minutes left. It is 7:53 a.m. Central Time, and we've been going for 9 hours, 47 minutes. Real marathon here.
swordsman.
And that's the translation for shuriken is sword that is. They couldn't buy them at the mall or at a machine. That covers a broad variety of things. We're going to make origin.
Okay, all right.
They're called shuriken, but that covers a broad variety of things. We're going to make hika shuriken, I think, or shaken.
Okay. It's not Hika, it's Hira. So shuriken type. Let's open up Wikipedia. Rao. Yeah, we should have some some nice text here. Let's see. What was I thinking of? In my mind, I saw maybe it was this, maybe it was Ito. That feels very like stereotypical for this.
Things we're gonna make Hika shuriken, I think, or shuriken.
A shuriken, as I understand.
Okay, yeah. I will do this. And then, oops. I'll have each one show up one at a time. And then I will synchronize each of them coming up with Brian doing his whatever noises he was making when he was throwing the cards. Okay, so let's do crop for this first one. We're going to crop the bottom. Okay, great. So that way it's like
Hika.
First one.
Make Hika shuriken, I think.
Let's even double this back a little bit so it's more
We're
prominent.
gonna make Hika shuriken, I think, or shuriken, I think, or shuriken. A shuriken.
Okay, so remember, come back here where this marker is. At what? Now
Get it out.
we have the treasure hunt of finding Brian's noises.
On it, you're flicking off goo. Weighted one. Would we want to double these up?
Would it be back
Side
here?
arm thing.
I don't remember if it was when Brian was throwing. It must have been when Brian was throwing the discs, right?
Oh, dude, these are dope. Hold on.
It was when Brian was throwing them at Jason specifically. Okay, so here we go.
Deck of cards. Good to throw at you.
Somewhere in
All right,
here.
ready?
Ready.
Oh,
That's one.
Thanks for waiting.
oh,
I just need two. These are all great.
oh, oh, oh. Oh my God, I'm Gambit. I was.
Okay, so I've got three. Okay, let's drag these into place. It's going to be a little confusing because it's from Brian and Brian is in the shot, sort of.
Hika shuriken, I think, or shuriken. Or shuriken. A shuriken.
God damn it, Brian. Okay.
I think, or shuriken. A shuriken. Make Hika shuriken, I think, or shuriken. A shuriken.
That's a really dumb joke.
I think, or shuriken. A
Yeah, that seems right.
Make Hika shuriken, I think, or shuriken. A shuriken.
It's really dumb. Can we do... Let's add some reverb. I'm not very good at doing audio effects, so... I don't know what I'm looking for here.
Gonna make Hika shuriken.
Great Hall is going to sound terrible.
Hika shuriken, I think.
Actually, not as terrible as I expected.
Variety of things. We're gonna make Hika shuriken, I think.
I mean, it kind of times out.
Make Hika shuriken. Hika shuriken, I think. Hika shuriken, I think. make Hika shuriken, I think, or make Hika shuriken, I think, or shotgun. A shuriken. Make Hika shuriken, I think.
I guess I could dive into here and figure out what all these knobs do. We want stronger decay, right? What's the countdown for? That's when this video has to be published. The countdown is for 10 a.m. Central Time, and that's my deadline. That's actually kind of all right. It's a little aggressive, but all right. Let's see how well that plays.
Odd variety of things. We're gonna make Hika shuriken, I think, or shotgun. A shuriken.
That's super dumb. Like 60 dB. In Premiere, if you have an effect that does some kind of echo effect or reverb or whatever, it'll cut off where your clip cuts off. So if you need like a clean break, you just drop it down like 60 dB, and the echo will ring out, and of course you won't have any of this garbage here in this waveform.
Make Hika shuriken.
I'm gonna bring this down a little bit though. 3 decibels.
Make Hika shuriken, I think, or shotgun.
A shuriken, as I understand it, is any.
Let's bring this up one.
That covers a broad variety of things. We're gonna make Hika shuriken, I think, or shotgun.
A shuriken, as I understand it, is.
It's so dumb. Okay, and we could let this linger out for a little bit as well.
Gonna make Hika shuriken, I think, or shotgun.
A shuriken, as I understand it, is any small bladed object that you have in your hand.
I forgot about that third one. I need to delete that third one.
That covers a broad variety of things. We're gonna make Hika shuriken, I think, or shotgun.
A shuriken, as I understand it, is any small.
How's it going? It's going all right, I guess. I'm 10 hours into it, so I'm a little exhausted. But the video is good. Hey, it's under 16 minutes now. I must have cut some stuff out and didn't even think about it. Started out with about an hour and 10 minutes of footage. I got it down to where it's at now. I'm kind of closing in on what needs to be done. So hopefully it won't be too much longer. Honestly, it'll probably take right up until about 10 a.m. But yeah, the link it'll be posted there, youtube.com/modernrogue. In a perfect world, I would be asleep by the time this episode goes live. But I guess that depends on how things go.
As though an invisible swordsman.
And that's the translation for shuriken, is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Right.
Okay, so sword hidden in user's hand. I will take Wikipedia on I'll take it at face value because I do not speak Japanese. I do have a font that has Japanese characters in it though, so hopefully this works. Oh, you know what? I was going to do this in After Effects. That's right. I don't know why. It just seemed like an After Effects kind of thing to do. Okay, I've got kind of an idea of how I might approach it in After Effects. Maybe. Worst case scenario, I could always just do text on screen. What am I doing? I've got an After Effects file. I should just use that. 058. Okay. Shuriken original text. 20 seconds? That's too long. 10 seconds? Sure. Okay. Yeah, there we go. What's good? These are weights. Cool. 200. All right, align, center, center. Great, 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 great. And I'll even add a disclaimer that I just took Wikipedia at face value. So that way, if it's wrong, and it will probably be slightly wrong semantically, then it'll be okay. Gilroy? Probably. I guess we could do Oswald. No. Yeah, let's stick with the Gilroy for now. Semi-bold italic. That sounds fun. $65. Sure. Center it. Yeah, okay. This isn't working out exactly how I had in mind. I guess for some reason I thought that maybe there would be more lining up, and then I could do I could have a character drop out and words pop in simultaneously. But that's not really how languages work. So not in this case. I could have a little bit of. Okay, here's what I could do. Let's do a null. Okay, hide the null. Link everything to the null. I guess I don't really need a null, but why not? Let's wiggle this forward 2. Might be too much. It's a little much. So let's do 4-1. First parameter is how many times per second it moves. Second parameter is how far it's moving. So it's doing 4 moves per second at 1 pixel. That doesn't seem right. But yeah, 1 pixel. And you can do partial pixels. So you could do like 1.5 pixels if you want. So that way it breathes a little bit of life into that. Right. I was going to do as translated by Wikipedia, and then bring this way down. And then maybe do light. Just super thin. Yeah. So you can almost not even read it. Okay. Then let's add that back into Premiere. Effects. We need to modify audio channels, 0 audio channels. Just drop it in here.
Shuriken is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Okay. Let's go ahead and drop this down a bit. We don't need it to totally cover Jason's face. And maybe bring this up. I mean, we got room to spare. Okay. All right. We could do. Great. Okay. So here's kind of what I was thinking of earlier, and it can sort of still work here. I forget what else I've used this for, but I used to do this all the time. Oh, I used to use it in the original intro for Modern Rogue. Okay, so we have stylize, right? Mosaic. Okay, let's hide this. Sharp colors. We're gonna get some big old blocks. right? Then what we're going to do is we're going to apply the typewriter effect. Oh, weird. Yeah, it's gonna freak out a little bit because it is moving subtly. Awkward. Oh, you know what? I could just do this. Yoink. It won't do anything at all. It won't move, but like that's fine. It won't be there for very long. So we're gonna do typewriter effect. Typewriter. We're actually gonna reverse that though. Let's go ahead and for my sake, let's change this to index. Keep it as characters. Great. Doesn't need to be 2 seconds. We can make it 1 second. That's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have it start out with all of this. Okay. We need to do end. We need to animate the end and not the beginning. So that way. Shit. What am I? No, I need the end to be set to 0, and I need to animate the start. What was it? 29? Okay. No. I'm backwards. Yes. Perfect. That's exactly. I got there in the end. Sorry, I'm a little sleep deprived. So what we have is we have this mosaic effect. It's going to start on, and then it's going to wipe off character by character, and then we're going to apply the exact opposite of that to this layer, which is the normal layer. Typewriter. Okay. Same thing. Advance. Index. Characters. We're going to drag this over here to meet up. And so as a mosaic character is hidden, a full character is revealed. There's a little bit of a misalignment because of the way that mosaic works. So we're just going to do... That's unfortunate. Okay, so I could... Yeah, that's a problem with mosaic. Now, what I could do is I could pre-comp this and then just slide it down. So that's going to be the easiest solution. I'll just do that right now. So let's pre-comp mosaic text, move everything into that thing, drag it down. Easy peasy. Drag that down a little bit. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you enjoy it. I find a lot of people learn more from just watching somebody work, especially if they take time to kind of explain a little bit of what's going on, other than, hey, I'm gonna watch this one tutorial on a thing that I don't even know enough about to search for, you know. And you just get exposed to so many different techniques and stuff this way. Okay. Yeah, that looks all right. I might even change this to per word. It would be much faster. But I like doing per word typically when it's like a sentence, when it's sentence structure, because then it pops in every word individually instead of every character, which looks a little bit better typically. That's a little fast though. Oh, because it's still set to 29, right? With words, it's much less. It's like 5. Not 4, 5. Okay. So we do 5 here. Jump over here. End on 5. So hopefully it'll be more or less aligned to Jason's speech.
Is sword that is hidden in the hand. Is sword that is hidden in the.
Okay, so I could sit here and time it out frame by frame, but I'm just gonna freestyle it a little bit. So I'm just gonna drop it back some. It needs to be faster, but it needs to be later as well. So we're gonna do frame 9, frame 101. So there, and then there. Okay. Now let's check.
Is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Right up.
Yeah, that totally works. It doesn't need to be exactly perfect. I had an episode of Scam School this week that used the same technique, and there was a lot more text, so it kind of needed to be exactly frame perfect or close to it. So I can just leave that there. I don't feel bad about leaving it on screen the entire time. I'm gonna have this as translated by Wikipedia fade in though. I don't want it to be there when it's just mosaicked. That's kind of weird. So I'm going to keyframe the opacity. Right there. And then hit J. That'll jump back to this keyframe. 0. So I feel like there's something weird going on here where it's off by 1 frame, but I guess it's only on in. It seemed like it was on more, but it was something that I noticed. So let me see if I can figure that out real quick. So this is at 2.5. It must be at like 2.4. No, it's at 2.5 here as well. That's weird. It's fine. Whatever. Nobody's gonna notice or care.
Is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Right on. All right, how do we make one?
Okay.
Let's also drop that down a little bit. And we could just do that in Premiere since we can see the preview. It's not going to affect
Is
anything
sword that is hidden
noticeable.
in the hand.
Right on. All right, how do
Okay, so I actually feel like the wiggle could be a little bit different. So let's do a frequency of 3, and let's do 1.5 pixels. So that'll be a little bit. So fewer movements per second, but slightly bigger sways.
Shuriken is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Right on. All right.
So it's a little bit more noticeable that the mosaic text isn't moving, but it's fine.
Is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Right on. All right, how do we make one?
Okay, it's so easy. And I know, yes, that I always say that, but it really is.
It rarely has turned out to be easy.
I know.
Okay, so now we get into the music phase. We've gotten through pretty much everything. We've gotten through all of the cutting. We've gotten through all of the audio mixing. We still need to update this title card, but we can't do that until after we do the music. We still need to do a slight grade on the video. But right now I could use a little bit of music. So let's go for that. Also, let me see if I can pull up my music doc. So this is something that's taken a little while for me to, but before this was necessary at all. So I use this to keep track of what music I use in which episode. Yeah, that was last week's. Cool. So let's go ahead and insert a new one. We can just copy and paste these for the time being. And then drop these out. That way it keeps the formatting the same. So that's today. This is episode 58. It's going to be shuriken. I really need to figure out whether shuriken is plural with an S or without. Okay. Plural. Okay, so it seems like it is plural without an S. Oh, no. Ah, both are acceptable. That's good to know. I like shuriken without the S as a plural. That just sounds fun. Okay, so we typically use a lot of chill hop, which is distributed through Bandcamp. Give them a little bit of money, tell them that we're using it, and then we can use it on, I guess I could use it on Twitch as well, but we could use it on YouTube. Let's listen through a little bit. All right. So the most recent album was spring 2017. I've used a little bit from this. Pretty much everything from last week was from that album. Can't really use that. It's got too many lyrics that distracts from the spoken dialogue in the episode, so it occupies the same space. It would really clash. Did I use this? This seems like it'd be all right. Also appropriate. I mean, we could toss it in and see how it fits. It's funny. I think that was the one that I remember listening through the first time and thinking that it sounded a little bit like a Nujabes beat. Okay, so one of these days I should really figure out one dedicated track that I put all music in, but that day is not today. So just kind of anywhere below the third track. Usually I like to give it a little bit of extra clearance just in case I have some sound effects or something up here, but not so much for this episode. Gonna bring that music down 20 dB, sometimes 25 decibels, depending on the track. Every track's a little bit different. Every track has its own loudness. I'm a little bit more aggressive with pulling it down since our one episode. What was it? The dust fire explosion episode, I think, might have been the one where a lot more people than normal said, hey, the music's a little too loud. That was another night like tonight where it was very late night and I just went, it sounds fine. So we go 20 to 25 depending on.
Shuriken, right?
Sure, you can pronounce it that way if you want.
They called shuriken, ninja stars, throwing stars, Chinese stars. What is it?
They're certainly not Chinese stars. Kind of racist. They're Japanese in origin.
Okay, all right.
They're called shuriken, but that covers a broad variety of things. We're going to make Hika shuriken, I think, or shaken.
A shuriken, as I understand it, is any small bladed object that you have in your hand, right? And oftentimes it would be like maybe like 4 nails and a cross, basically, that you could jab someone with or make caltrops out of.
Yeah, they didn't get these at a kiosk in the mall.
Oh man, but we did when we were kids.
Whoa, yeah. Yeah, they could have been anything. They would make them out of coins or nails fused together. They couldn't buy them at the mall or at a machinist or anything like that. These things were disposable weapons that weren't meant to kill.
Well, and that's the thing I never understood is movies go out of their way to act like they're deadly weapons and you have to hit the eyes always from a distance.
Because the blades are usually like this, and throwing a blade that small that will pierce someone's skull or into their heart, Pretty tough.
Probably not going to happen. Yeah. So this is a weapon of harassment, a way during kind of guerrilla warfare for you to just distract attention. And the story that I heard is that when it went by and sliced you, because there was no person there, it was as though an invisible swordsman.
And that's the translation for shuriken, is sword that is hidden in the hand.
Right on. All right, how do we make one?
Okay, it's so easy. And I know, yes, that I always say that, but it really is.
Real quick, I said I would do this and I didn't, but I should just in case. Just a little bit of backup translation, tech language. Oh, okay. So it just means shuriken. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Anyway, back to it.
It rarely has turned out to be easy.
I know.
Every time you say it.
These are grip right fasteners. I think you use them in roofing.
You hammer a thing through and then this blocks out all the rain and stuff on there.
Oh, sure, yeah. You can get these at your local hardware store. Just little silver discs, and they're really flimsy. So these stars are gonna be flimsy. They're not gonna be deadly, but they
That's
are.
okay, because I too am flimsy and not deadly. What shape are we doing?
So you're just gonna take your disc here. Don't cut all the way into the center. Did you already start cutting?
I did. Give me another one.
Damn it, Brian. So you're gonna cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center mass,
Okay.
right? So just do 4 cuts at 90-degree angles.
Oh, got it. You're perpendicular cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Now, on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
I'm wondering if I should extend this pickup shot.
Perpendicular cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Now,
All right, so let's do that, and then let's pull this back to here. And I think there was no keyframing, so we should be good.
Perpendicular cuts.
yeah.
Oh, and you know what? There's this natural grain on there too that makes it easy to follow.
Now, on these 4 wedges,
Yep.
cut another wedge into each of those, right in the middle.
Just bisect it, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
This was an Instructable, actually. And again, these aren't going to be effective weapons.
Well, first of all, the shuriken itself is not an effective weapon, right?
Super disposable and lo-fi, just like these.
As a matter of fact, katanas you can find nowadays because they're well preserved, because they were valued and handed down through generations.
Brian sounds a little low here, not super low.
Matter of fact, katanas you can find nowadays because they're well preserved, because they were valued and handed down through generations. Because shuriken are disposable weapons of harassment, the ones you find, they're all rusted and banged up and no good. Katanas you can find nowadays because they're well preserved, because they were valued and handed down through generations. Because shuriken are disposable weapons of harassment, the ones you find, they're all rusted and banged up and no good.
Really?
Yeah. We're gonna make one of those things that you put candles over and it spins around.
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like it.
Hey,
Sorry.
you know that thing about throwing stars? We're not doing that at all.
All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right.
So that track is maybe a little upbeat for monorogue music, but I'll leave it in for now. I think it works pretty well for about the first minute and a half, and then it kind of goes on a bit. Let's go back to an old staple, and by old staple I mean we use it all the time. Damn. Me to You we used 2 weeks ago. I don't know if I want to go back to it that often. I guess we could use some Cull music. We don't use his music super often anymore. Basket T. We used some of his tracks recently, but not many. Oh, you know what? Yeah. 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 I'm trying to see if we've used these tracks in a while. I don't think we have. So like Pine Trees is pretty good. So let's go with Pine Trees. Okay, so where's that at? That is Winter, maybe? Pine Trees. Oh, and you know what? There's also another really good one in this section. What is it? Is it the monomassive one? Yeah, this one's alright. Oh, I love this track. This track's really good. Patience. When was the last time we used Patience? Oh, it's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. Goodness gracious. Yeah, man, it's okay. It's been a long time since we've used Patience, so I'm gonna use that right now. Make the most out of it.
Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call.
So these aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using
Taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut. Hey, you know that thing about throwing stars? We're not doing that at all.
All right, what am I doing?
You're just taking every other tab and folding it in.
All right. Dude, just like that and it's done?
You can go with that or cut little points into them.
I'm gonna do curved blade.
Oh, good call.
So these aren't even like fancy scissors. We're just using garbage, regular paper scissors.
Regular one, yeah, because these things are so flimsy. And those points, you can actually get them pretty sharp, right?
You know what? My curved thing is not working as well as I had hoped.
It's a little difficult.
Like that. Look at that. Look at how tight, how sharp that is.
There's no heft, so maybe our next build should be like 2 stacked on top
Or maybe put a coin in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest, this feels to me like it wants to be closest to card throwing, because there's a whole technique to card throwing that I think would apply to a paper thin shuriken. I'm gonna say, I actually think
I use the hammer.
this want to be. It's great.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was gonna
I often narrate my own actions.
use the hammer. Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in.
Is that all right?
That's cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing a playing card, you want to keep it kind of loose.
Okay, so I might need a pickup shot right here that shows both of the made shurikens. Let me actually look into that right this second.
Look at how.
Okay, so we've got Brian's, but
For pennies.
Pennies. 13. I am the proud father of a teenager.
but I don't think we have good like side by sides like that.
Josie's birthday?
A teenager.
Yeah, no, not really, because I think I cut right after this.
Give this one's.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. Well, that's fine.
Use the hammer to flatten down the other tabs as you fold them in.
Is that all right?
That's cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, so when you're throwing a playing card, you want to keep it kind of loosely gripped between your first 2 fingers, and you're not actually throwing it and trying to time it. That's the mistake everybody makes. Instead, you're going to hold it loose enough that the very act of your motion will cause the momentum to fling it forward, right?
Yeah.
And then you get, oh, that bounced, it went right in. That's amazing.
That's cool.
All right, let me try again. Here, I'll try.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
All right,
try
here we go,
that
Here
one.
we go, right? Okay. Oh, wow.
Okay, that's actually pretty fun. I mean, these things are super light and flimsy, but
Yeah, and I guess this one has kind of a swirl pattern to it. So you picture this. Ooh. So it does get bent up pretty fast. I'm a bad ninja.
oh,
I'm afraid of hitting you.
sure.
All right, ready?
Yeah, blame me. That's good.
There we go. I'm calling that good enough. I poked an eye out.
That's good.
So these guys are super flimsy. This one has a little more heft. Feel the difference in the material on this stuff,
Yeah.
right? This is just sheet metal cut into the shape of a card because I'm more familiar with throwing cards. Whoops. Oh, that's got the heft.
That was a pretty satisfying thwack.
Try all of them, try all of them.
Okay, I'm probably not even gonna hit the damn thing.
Your grip is right there in the middle. You're not gonna be able to get it.
Okay.
You want to barely bite the edge, and then you're just gonna do this sidearm thing. You're never gonna let go. Imagine you had goo on your hands, and you're trying to get it out, your mucus. That's what you wanna do.
Probably twice a day.
Okay, you're throwing it like a frisbee, which you don't want to do.
Yeah,
You want it. You're flicking off goo. There we go.
It was a terrible shot, but it was a much better
it's
throw.
Here, try it with this one. Try it.
Yeah.
Try it with the card. Oh!
Right here.
Now you're talking.
That felt good.
So if we were to do a weighted one, would we want to double these up or just put coins in them?
How about you just try to throw one as is?
Oh, geez. Oh, dude, these are dope. Hold on.
That's pretty cool. I didn't
As
expect
is.
that.
Just as is. Oh man. Dude, this is better. If you just want target practice. No.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, that's satisfying.
Why are we bothering to even make them shuriken?
know.
These are amazing. These are called grip right fasteners and plug.
Okay, let's get this ramped up a little bit.
Wow.
Oh, that's satisfying.
Why are we bothering to even make them shuriken?
know.
These are amazing. These are called grip right fasteners. And plus, like, feel the weight of them in your hand. Put on the goggles. Just hold it. Let me go to town.
Well, let me get out of the way. How about that? No?
No, I mean, you hold it. Physically hold it. Be in the way.
Jesus Christ, are you serious?
In your hand, it feels like a slinky. That's about the thickness of the metal here. And it's like, I feel like I'm holding a circular deck of cards. I feel like I was
Jason looks like some kind of alternate history, future robotic butler target holder man, but like not actually that character or person, but like somebody who's dressing up as that character or person as a Halloween outfit.
meant for this moment.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think any of these will cut you, but I think they're gonna feel really good to throw at you. All right, ready?
Ready.
Oh!
Thanks for waiting.
Oh!
Ow!
Oh my God, I'm Gambit! I was meant for this!
Ow!
Oh, damn it! Wow! Did that hurt? Sorry. Oh, this is a million times superior to even bothering to make them sharp on the edges. That is amazing.
All right. I have a challenge for you that doesn't involve throwing stuff at me. You want to see if you can hit some moving targets?
Ooh, yeah, why not? So what do you think's gonna happen on balloons?
I think these could still pop them.
Yeah, I think so too. But
these definitely
will. Yeah.
Right.
By the way, inflate the balloons nice and big if you want them easy to pop. That's a trick that the old carnies would use, is they would underinflate the balloon.
On some level, I feel like that's going to overpower the conversation a little bit, so I'm going to have it just fade out a bit over the course of the song.
I have a challenge for you that
Especially
doesn't
once
involve
the
throwing stuff at
actual
me.
throwing
You want
stuff
to see
is
if you
done?
can hit some moving targets?
Ooh, yeah, why not?
Can
So what do
use
you
a
think's gonna
lab
happen
coat
on
on?
balloons?
I think these could still pop.
We really should get lab coats at some point. I think we've talked about it. I know Brian has sort of a lab coat, but it's drenched in fake blood from his stage show, and he's had it for years, and it's got years worth of fake blood on it. So, I mean, that's a very specific look, right?
Pop them.
Yeah, I think so too. But these definitely will. Yeah.
Right.
By the way, inflate the balloons nice and big if you want them easy to pop. That's a trick that the old carnies would use, is they would underinflate the balloons.
Oh, yeah?
And so when you threw a dart, they would just bounce off of them.
Really?
So here's the challenge. I am much more confident and precise with the circular ones,
Okay.
right? But these are definitely gonna be able to pop the balloon.
Yeah.
So it'll be a contest between my aim and the pokiness to see if I can get it. Which one do you wanna do first?
Let's do the pokiness.
Okay, all right, go for it. Oh, all right, try it again. Damn it!
Oh, that was awesome. Yes. That was great.
I'm really surprised. Despite getting banged up a lot, they're still effective. I'm using a hammer.
I'm using a hammer.
Okay. Yeah!
That's really satisfying. That's great.
You'll try the...
Yeah, we'll try the discs. I think it'll work.
Oh! No!
All right, another one. Oh my God!
Okay, so I kind of really want to use Kala's music. It's been so long. Kala. What? Oh, right. His new album's coming out soon? Within the next couple months, at least. So Kala releases his music all over the place, and he releases the stems for his music for free, which is great. Because although I like his voice, it doesn't really work for our show. And some of his music doesn't work for our show in general just because it's different stylistically. But some of it I really like. And his music's a lot longer than the chill hop stuff, which is nice. So typically I strip the voice out of it and then kind of balance the levels just a little bit in a way that works for our video. You know, Where You Do Belong, we haven't done in a while either. Let me double check that. We did use Kala music a handful of weeks ago. Okay, yeah, the DDoS. Okay, but that was almost 2 months ago. So, I think we're good to use that. And that would actually almost carry us all the way through. So let's do that right now. Okay, so music. Where's clients? Assets, music, Kala. There we go. So Where You Do Belong. Let's drop all of these stems in here. So I could just fill up all of these audio tracks with these stems. What I'm going to try to do is make another sequence. Sometimes Premiere really hates it when I do this, so it might work, it might not. Okay, so this is going to be Kala stems. Okay. Let's open this up, make sure we're in the right sequence. I'm going to go ahead and delete everything. Delete all markers. Okay, so it's a totally empty sequence at this point. We're going to drop all of this audio in here. We need to stack it all up. Oh, right. Okay, so this is one of the tracks that has some pops and clicks in it. So we're going to have to adjust for that. Which one is the master? This looks like the master. So master's right there. We're just going to disable that because we don't need the master. It's basically all the stems put together, right? And that's of no use for us. So drums are good. So drums are, it's interesting with drums because drums are also broken out into stems. So you could have all the drums, or you could have the kick and the snare and the hi-hat, that kind of stuff. A couple of these are like combined stems, which can be a little frustrating sometimes, but I understand why they're there. I guess I could just delete the ones that I never use, right? 76 minutes and counting. Thank you, Your Dad Plays. Also, you're still here. A true whatever. You know, you already know. But thank you for the update. I need it. It is 8:44 a.m. And we've been going for almost 11 hours. Was this symbols? Okay. More symbols. Double symbols. Guitar. Resonator. Rhodes. Piano. Or keyboard, I guess. Trumpet. Trumpet solo, which is another trumpet. And then the Alan Watts stuff. Yeah. So Alan Watts, sorry, dog. We're getting rid of you. Also, all this stuff is super loud. So let's drop it down at least 10, and then we'll drop it down more after the fact. Poop. I absolutely agree.
And discipline and push our lives around in
This is a great sample. It works really well in the song. Getting rid of it. Out of here. Okay, so let's look for some of these little moments here. They're just clicks that gotta get going. There are a few of them. I don't remember exactly where. That's one. Oh, you know what? They would actually be much more prominent if I had everything at full volume. Here's one. I think. No? Okay. If it's there, then it's not very noticeable. Ah, there's one. Sorry. That was really loud for me as well. Okay. I think that's the bulk of it. Well, we'll find out one way or another. Let's drop this back down to -10 decibels. Okay. Pop out of this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So, theoretically, what we can do... Oh, wait. Do I still have voiceover stuff in here? Or no? Did I already... What's going on? So drums I can get rid of, or I can disable, since I have drums broken up into their stems. Clap. Cymbal. Cymbals. Bass. I like to turn up that bass a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean I like that bass. Okay, so Vox.
Come along, come along. Don't you wanna feel the thunder?
It's so good hearing it isolated, because you just go, hey, it sounds like a guy just singing in his room by himself. And all stems are like that. It's so good. Okay. Guitar. Yeah. Resonator. Okay, resonator is like the almost chorus or choir, sort of. Yeah, the sort of ringing out and doing this. It works pretty well in the song, but it actually needs to come down a bit because it can be distracting, especially his background stuff. It actually works really well for the build-up because it kind of builds up and then drops off. But we need that a little quiet. Words good, trumpet's good. Trumpet might need to come down a bit. I think trumpet solo typically comes down the most as far as trumpets go. Okay, so now let's head back on over to Mono 58. Let's take this color stems sequence and drop it in. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any visuals, so we can get rid of the visual component. And then we can just have this here. Tristo HD, thanks for the follow. I do appreciate it. So for whatever reason, it's not showing me the waveform, so I will have to render audio. I think I can do it just by rendering audio in this sequence, which would be faster than rendering audio in the primary sequence, because then it's going to have to run through an extra hour of audio, whereas this is just 5.5 minutes of audio. I think that's how that works. I don't know. Maybe it's rendering all the audio that I have. Maybe. I don't know. What am I currently working on? Godlike. Hey, there it is. Finally came through. I'm working on a show called The Modern Rogue, or Modern Rogue. I don't think we've ever come to a conclusion about the infinitive in front of that. I kind of lean without it. Modern Rogue is, there's a link right there. We have a new episode every Friday morning at 10 a.m. It's kind of like two guys just do stuff that they think is cool sometimes, and they try to teach you a little bit about it, but they're not trying to be experts or whatever. It's a really terrible pitch. A lot of people compare it to Good Mythical Morning, I think it's called, the Red Link show. I've never seen more than an episode or two, so I can't really say. But yeah, it's just two dudes talking about stuff they like, talking about cool stuff like spy stuff. Oh man, that didn't even fix this. Okay, let's delete render files so that way I'm not weighed down from that, and then render audio here. Oh, okay. That's fun. So yeah, it's just fun, cool stuff. Sometimes we do like spy stuff. Sometimes we do like science experiments and whatever. And so this is today's episode. And that countdown timer is when the episode goes up. Theoretically, this is all going to be archived at youtube.com/scamstuff. That's kind of our behind the scenes channel, our secondary channel. I don't put many of our edits up there, but I also don't stream out many of our edits. It's very stressful. My throat's very sore. My neck hurts. I'm very tired. It's almost 9 a.m. But yeah, so right now I'm kind of in the final phase of this. Okay, fair. So yeah, I'm kind of in the final phase of this episode itself. I took an hour and 10 minutes of footage, cut it down to 16 minutes of footage. We had 5 cameras running, so I cut all between all the cameras, color corrected all the cameras, cut up all the audio. Right now I'm implementing music, and then after that I have a final color grade, and then I think I'm done with the episode proper. I have to do a quick thing at the beginning. And
Who's your favorite ninja?
I promised somebody I'd put in a star wipe, so I have to find a spot for a star wipe, and I have to do that. I did not forget. Damn it! I was really hoping it would work out. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just listen through it. I don't need to actually see the waveform here. I'm just frustrated that did not work. Okay, so yeah, so I need to finish the music portion of this, and then I need to update this title card with the people who contributed music for this episode, and then I have to render it out, upload it, come up with a thumbnail and a title and a description, and then it's good to go.
Okay. Yeah!
That's really satisfying. That's great.
You'll try the...
Yeah, we'll try the discs. I think it'll work.
Oh! No!
Try another one. Oh my God! It missed, but it's embedded in the wall now. Whoopsie.
Oops.
So we're not going to tell the landlord about the.
Yeah, it's fine. No one's watching.
All right, here we go. What the heck? It badass sound too. Did not see that coming.
I know.
Okay, what if we just added the ridges?
Yeah.
Like the initial cut, right?
That'll give us some points.
Right? So now I got like a whirling pinwheel type thing with just enough pokiness that it'll pop balloons. Yeah!
That did the trick. Do you want to try something else?
What else do you got? That's
So you can kind of see why I like to have that bass a little bit more prominent, because you know, when people are talking and stuff, they occupy that higher frequency range, and bass operates solely in that lower frequency range. So you can really play with a lot of stuff in that low frequency area, and it never like gets confusing, right? It doesn't muddy up the whole sound. So there's a lot of play with that. I'm gonna take the Rhodes and lower it down just a little bit, and then lower the guitar down just a little bit as well. So let's dump that down 3 decibels, and then what was the other one? Oh, not much sleep is getting to me. Okay, so it was guitar. So guitar would be right there. The pants are back. Hey, Bob Callie. How you doing? The pants are back. One last episode. The pants. Never forget. We shot this on the same day as the surveillance episode, so that's why the pants are back.
do you got? That's not a good idea. That seems like set up the
And let's lower the whole thing.
target. Okay, so here's the thing, is there actually is a trick to fling playing cards. You just pinch it in a rubber band and then it flies just like that, right?
Very cool.
So I would imagine the same thing works with this metal card.
You think?
Not so much.
Maybe not.
Works, right?
Cool. Yeah.
And then, and so now I guess we should try that with the stars. Look, we're all fine here. I will just use the rubber band. Pull it back like that. Not so much. Not so much.
Nope.
Not feeling
Is it too light?
Part of it is that it's difficult to figure out where you should line it up to. I'm gonna put it way on the edge this time. I'm just gonna put it right in the middle.
Closer.
All right, now we're getting somewhere.
I think Resonator is close, but it's still a little too loud. Just a little bit. So this one's Resonator. Yeah. Okay. 3 decibels. Hopefully that'll be right.
Oh,
There it is.
That's what you do.
that
I'm
sounds
pinching it
about
right in the middle, like I'm slingshotting a quarter is what I'm thinking of it as. All right. We'll just
Okay.
call it that one. I mean, we'll try the slingshot, but it just feels like it's going to be so chaotic and wild. You're not going to get that precise spin.
Especially since we're dealing with things that are so light.
I guess we'll try the discs first.
A bunch of them at once.
Yeah. Now this I do feel like has a chance of working. A brick of them all at once, so it's closer to
Yep.
regular shot, and it's the discs.
I feel like it's going to be a ridiculous design.
Is that trumpet? I forget. Brace your ears, it's going to be slightly louder. Okay. Yeah.
Disaster.
This I do feel like has a chance of working. A brick of them all at once, so it's closer to
Yep.
regular shot, and it's the discs.
I feel like it's going to be a ridiculous disaster.
I'm going to drop it down even a little bit more, which means the trumpet solo is probably going to have to come down a little bit more as well.
That was pretty great. It's pretty great.
All right.
All right, can you do it with the shuriken? Try it with the pinwheel.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, see if it's possible with just one to hit that balloon. Ooh, bladed. Oh wow! Oh wow!
Now that was the bladed one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try the target.
Oh. Did you hear that? That is one of those pops. So let's see how deep in we are. We are at 3 minutes 2 seconds approximately. So something along here pops. Ah, there it is. Disable.
Bladed one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's try the target. Ooh, okay. Boy, that does get a lot of force. I'm surprised it doesn't just bang into your hand.
Me too. Yeah.
It doesn't get that spin here. Try another. Did that embed itself in there?
What happened?
Oh my goodness. That is so deep. Feel how deeply embedded in there that is. Wow.
It's all warped.
Okay, let's do it with the Sharpie ones.
Okay. You want to try? You want to do it?
No, I don't. I'm scared of this. There's plenty of brute force in this, but there's so little control. It makes me nervous. And you're just doing it right in the middle.
Yep. That was pathetic.
Now I know with the rubber band, it is important that it not be exactly in the center. Jeez.
That doesn't look like that's going to work at all.
Try it. Holy cow! You took out the lights. You took out the lights. Holy freaking cow.
Whoa.
Look at how deeply embedded this was. I stand 100% corrected. This thing utterly blasted straight in, almost went through the entire target.
That was surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I like it.
And surprisingly sharp.
So, shuriken. They don't seem like a toy anymore.
Yeah, no, I think we could actually hurt somebody with
They
one
seem
of
like
those.
genuine weapons of harassment. It's almost as though warriors of old actually had a good reason for using them.
Now, there are a billion different variations on how to make these. I've seen people use X-Acto knives, thread cutters, disassembling those, and then
Razor
reassembling
blades,
them.
there's a good tutorial.
Razor blades, all sorts of stuff.
So this is the part where it would be really nice to see the waveform on this. So I want to extend this out so that way we can have it through the rest of the episode.
Yeah, and you also have the actual.
Let's see how long we need.
Then we have.
Okay, so we need about 40 seconds, a little bit more than 40 seconds. So let's go over to Call of Stems and let's see what this kind of cycle gets for us. So let's say we started right there. That's gonna be, oh Jesus, that's 2 minutes. Okay, now that's much longer than we need. Okay, so we're gonna have to find a loop somewhere else. That's a pretty large loop. But that's not a bad place to start looking. Okay, why don't we start here, because it's gonna be a hard to loop. So we need about 40 seconds. A little bit more. Remember, a little bit more than 40 seconds. Another tip for staying awake. You'll notice right there, I got like some stress balls or whatever. I use them to juggle. Helps keep the mind awake, even though a lot of it's muscle memory. Like you have to constantly have the reflexes to like grab the ball, toss the ball, grab the ball, toss the ball, that kind of stuff. So a skill like that can take you far. Okay, yeah, we could loop this. We might get a few extra seconds out of him. By a few, I mean like 15. But we could even cut that down a little bit if we really need to. Oh, and I forgot where it started. So it wasn't here. It was here. Okay. So let's go ahead and repeat this. Okay, no, it's not great. If we can dial it back a little bit, that'd be great. Oh, right there. Yeah, all right. Getting pretty close. Perfect. If you know what to listen for, you can hear it in there. But generally speaking, that's pretty smooth. Oh my lord, look at that. And it ends during the production stinger. Gorgeous, 53 minutes. Oh my god, okay. It is 9:06 a.m. When I was saying we were in the home stretch earlier, I was totally lying, but now we are actually genuinely in the home stretch. Can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, it's going to... We're going to be finished at 10 a.m. That's just what's going to happen.
In the center.
It's what always happens.
That doesn't look like that's going to work at all.
Try it.
Holy cow!
All right, I'm just going to skim through this a little bit.
And surprisingly sharp.
So shuriken, they don't seem like a toy anymore.
Yeah, no. Disassembling those, and
Razor
reassembling
blades,
them.
there's a good tutorial.
Razor blades, all sorts of stuff. Now these are just like roofing discs.
I'll tell you what, the roofing discs by themselves, if you know how to throw cards, they're astonishingly precise. It's really the best way to go.
And we have the halfway in between.
And got insane penetrating power. But I will vouch for all of these were much more dangerous than I originally thought. None of this is a good idea to muck around with.
Don't do this at home.
In fact, our whole show, let us do it. That's what we do.
Yeah. Now it's time for the next part of the game, the most dangerous game. Run.
Oh, Jesus. No, no!
Okay. I need to make sure that I include the word weapon in this disclaimer because they are weapons. They're not toys, they are weapons. Make no mistake. They are weapons and will be treated as such. Don't break the law. It's a helpful tip to all of you people out there. Just don't break the law. What if we cut it off at mistake? What are we looking at there? There's probably an easier way to do this and a quicker way to do this. But right now, this is working out okay. Let's split this up just a tiny bit more. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
idea to muck around with.
Don't do this at home.
Shuriken may be... Shuriken, plural, without the S. Shuriken may be subject to local, state, or national law. Make no mistake, they are weapons and will be treated as such. Don't break the law and don't do crimes. We're not advocating that you do anything except being a good, lawful human being who brings good into the world and doesn't attack others with shurikens or anything else except for kindness. And let's do anything other than that. That feels right. Hey, man. I'm not saying you can do whatever you want to do. I'm just saying that officially I cannot possibly endorse anybody doing anything other than explicitly following the law. Legally speaking, I'm not a lawyer, but that's my advice. Oh, and that's got a nice little diamond shape in there. So that looks like a good block of text. That's probably more visually appealing than an actual strict block. So technically my contribution was better than my other previous contribution. Okay, let's update this title card. It's pretty easy to do these days. If I can remember who actually contributed. Byrocratic. So Cullah was in this. That's great. He's always been in the template, but we don't use his music nearly as much as we used to. So I always have to take it out. Byrocratic. Maybe, do I go alphabetical? I guess I should go alphabetical. In the description, I list them in order of appearance, but I think in the title, it should probably be alphabetical. Although our names aren't alphabetical. Our names are in a hierarchy of seniority. So, not really consistent. Have you thought about renaming the show Jackasses with Weapons? I mean, I don't know that we could get away with that. Some lawyer would show up at our door and say, you can't use Jackass as a name in your name. It's too close. Too close. Okay, I'll just do alphabetical this time. Don't hold me to that every time. But this time I will. Also, I don't say and in this. I just list them out. By the way, it's just a weird thing that I found appropriate here, mostly because with some of the names, if you put an and or an ampersand, it almost reads as one thing, even though I use Oxford comma. It's still just like a thing I don't necessarily. I don't want to. I just want to simplify it. Okay. So, last step is going to be final color grade. I'm not going too fancy with it. Which one is this? Okay, so I wanna retest out this. See if maybe I just got a real lame ass sample. Where was the time that I did it? I was just there. Please show me the time that I was there and that I did it. Okay. That looks close enough. I wonder if I'm getting a weird reflection off that. All right, that looks fine. Grades, okay, yes. So let's open up Resolve. Jump back into it. Comic Sans. Ugh. I mean, it's You know, it's like a fun internet joke that Comic Sans is really bad, and it's not a good font. Don't get me wrong. Never put me on the record saying that it is. But I feel like I've seen worse fonts. I mean, I know like it's labeled the worst font. Everybody agrees. I feel like I've seen worse fonts. I think Papyrus is worse. They're like worse built-in fonts. Because at least Comic Sans isn't trying to be a grunge font. It's not like a bad grunge font. Comic Sans is just like a really shitty comic font, right? I mean, it's trying to be a comic font. It's in the name, right? But it just doesn't do a very good job of being a comic font. But not doing a good job of being a comic font is better than doing a bad job at being a grunge font. Fact. You put me on the record on that. Okay. So I've got this new sample. Oh my. So let's do a color chart on this. Okay. Color chart, passport video, color chart. Drop this. We have to turn it sideways because of reasons. I need to remind myself. Don't put it upright the way that it looks like it should be. Instead, no, turn it sideways. Which is actually much harder because I can't just rest it sideways. I have to rest it upright. This might not be a great sample either. But man, I hope it's a slightly better sample. Put in wingdings. What is the actual explicit stated purpose of that font? I've never known. I would be really interested to hear like what caused that font to be a thing. Okay, so let's see if this changed any. What, this would be 2 and 6. Okay, so the blues did change some. The browns changed a lot. Black levels changed a lot as well. I don't know. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what's good. Okay, so I'm on a Rogue, Shuriken, Project Files, Great Eclipse. This is Detail version 2. Okay, let's pull this back up. Let's open this up. Let's see how it differs. Interesting. I'm not a big fan of the Scam School font, which is why I changed it. I thought that was a very bad font. It was a bad grunge font. Whoa. So you can see color match is not perfect. Depending on what angle you hold the chart, what kind of settings you have the chart, like it's a whole thing. Color charts, man. They're not perfect. They're really not. So like, look at that. Look at the difference. What is happening? So this is much closer to the actual natural color. which might be problematic because all of the all of the other cameras look a bit different. All right. Color charts, man. Should be worth noting, this is literally the second time I'm using a color chart, so it's very much a learning experience for me right now. And why can I not find any of 4? Let's go.
Brian. So you're going to cut it at 4 different places, and you're not going to cut into the center. You still need to leave a center map.
Okay, so it doesn't look too far off from this, except for the blue is a bit brighter and a little bit more saturated. But it's definitely more saturated than this. This is like a super muted kind of color. Weird. Okay. Let's kind of, oh, and this is going to be tough too, because it kind of, we bounce around the cameras enough that it's kind of a whole mixed bag of things. But let's at least get this done. 40 minutes and counting. Okay, so this is going to be clip. Turn this nonsense off. I like to bring up the low clip a little bit, like 56. That's not too bad. And every shot's going to be a little bit different. Might not mind bringing this down a little bit. Not too crazy though. So theoretically, you're not going to see much of a difference here, but it'll help the highlight and shadow roll off. Computationally cheap way to get common graphic icons into documents. I'd believe that. Yeah, that old Scam School font. That was my first executive decision as editor of Scam School. I said, no more of this. And I went and bought Choplin, which was pretty pricey at the time. But it is, generally speaking, a good font. I just don't use it much anymore. Whoops. Anyway. You know what? Maybe I'll just... These cameras are similar enough. Maybe I'll just use the color chart for this camera on the other camera. I might just do that, just to get them a little bit more similar. For later shoots on Modern Rogue, I took the cameras off tripods and stuff and put it right up against color charts, so that way theoretically they're all at the same angle in the same spot, same size, all that stuff. So it should, in theory, be better. Who knows? Okay, so let's do just curves. Curves is the easiest thing to do. Add a little bit of contrast, but also bring the highlights down a little bit while we're doing it. Problem is it looks great on Jason, not so great on Brian, because Brian has different skin tones and different luminances and stuff. And this is also probably going to change when they move, right? It looks great right now, or at least it looks pretty good right now, but that's going to change. Okay. Let's also do, we're going to do sat roll off. So this is probably not going to affect much, but I like to do it. It feels like good hygiene. Basically what I'm doing is I'm making all of the black levels actually black with no color seeping into it. And then all of the whites are going to be actually pure white, with no color seeping into it. So it probably won't actually affect much. Nothing particularly noticeable, at least not in this shot. But just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here, the further I push it into the highlights, you know, we're slowly pulling the color out of Jason's face here because it's bright. And then we're slowly adding it back in, but we're adding it back in the darker areas first, and then lighter and lighter and lighter. Let's go with that. Let's see what the dark looks like. So you can see you get a. This looks kind of noirish. If noir was in color, I guess you could have a noir in color, but this is like a very specific look. But I kind of like it. I really like monochromatic grayscale, so I guess I'm kind of predisposed to like that sort of thing. Okay, so got our curves looking pretty good. I generally like the color of this now. Good Lord, look at that. That's out of camera. That looks bad to me. Whereas I feel like this looks pretty good. Yeah, these shirts are just really, really vibrant originally. Okay, well, let's roll with that for now. We could always come back and adjust things if we really needed to. This target looks good. Looks about right. These boxes look about right. This wall looks about right. Good enough. Good enough. Okay, so same thing. We're going to right click, generate 3D LUT. Let's do master version 2. So we're going to come back over here into episode multicam. 30 minutes remaining. This episode's going to be late. It won't be late by a lot, but it'll be late. I guarantee you. I give you my word. Gah! Star wipe. Okay. Don't let me forget star wipe. We had to do a star wipe. Okay. So creative, browse. Actually, let's find a better thumbnail just so it's a little bit more apparent as to what's happening. All right, that's a good one. Oh, I took it off. Okay. Let's leave it on for now. And then we can come over to version 2. Yeah, all right. It's maybe a little dark in Brian's face. Maybe a little bit. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come back to here, and I'm going to try to keep it kind of along that same line that it was. And then I'm going to boost this down the line a little bit. It's going to make him pretty bright, but just in this frame, generally speaking, it's going to be a little bit better. Brian's going to be a little bit better lit. And then, whoops, not what I wanted. Let's add this. Just color, sure. I want to add a little touch of yellow. Don't know if that's enough. So like slightly warm cast. Maybe I'll get rid of that, and maybe I'll do tint, just a tiny bit of tint. So tint is magenta green, and add a little bit of green back into this. The cameras are naturally capturing a little bit more green than the color chart's going to say. So I'm going to add a touch more green back in, but not nearly as much as would typically be there. Okay, so let's roll with that. And luckily, this is just you can make LUTs all day because they're just text files, and so they're very small files. make a billion LUTs. What of it? I think that looks all right. It's maybe a little dark in the dark areas, but not too bad. And we got this pop and roll off here. This soft clip, which I like. And we're kind of compressing all of the darker end of the spectrum, which I like. Okay, so let's take this, copy it, and remove all of these, remove attributes. I just realized I've been standing for like 5 hours and my legs are as sore as I am tired. Let's remove all of these effects and then paste them in. That'll paste them in to all these so that way I don't have to like remove one and then add it, because there's no really easy way to replace that stuff. So this all looks good. This looks good. I like this. This looks good. Okay, so. Let's go to the next thing. Let's get some reference material here. Instead of the color chart thumbnail, let's get something that's actually kind of indicative of what it's going to look like. So something like this is fine. It's not the prettiest frame, but it'll do. Let's head back over to media. Can I just drop it in here? I think I can just drop it into the edit section. Okay, so got this here. Go ahead and drop that in wherever, doesn't matter. Okay, we've got this. So we're gonna look for the corresponding camera here. We've got the color chart. We're gonna select this and select this clip and then say apply grade. And it's gonna, nope, I did that backwards. Dang it. Okay, we're gonna select the one that we want the grade applied to, and then we're gonna right click over here. And we're gonna say apply grade. And so what it does is it takes everything from over here and applies it to over here. This looks really magenta, like really magenta. I don't get it. And then, you know, let's also apply this grade and kind of give us a baseline, since they're pretty similar shots. Oh, interesting. So it removes this color chart and replaces it with the color chart from the other one. That's tricky. I know there's a way that I can pull that over. I just don't remember how. Okay, well, I'll just stick with this one for now. Okay, let's do change label, clip. We can freestyle it. 55 is not bad. Kind of looking at what we got. I don't really need any high clip. It's fine. Okay, let's do sat roll off. That's gonna pop on over here. Yep. Cool. Oh, interesting, yeah. So that's definitely having an effect here. Yeah, I don't mind if it's a bit desaturated. That's cool by me. I like a good muted look. I'm gonna desaturate it a little bit less though. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. What else do we have? Curves color. just like to take a second to reiterate, I have no idea what I'm doing. No idea. I'm just kind of going for it, you know? I mean, before I started doing stuff in Resolve, I guess I did some stuff in Colorista, but really I just have kind of a history of doing pretty much everything in curves, just RGB curves. And I sort of got everything I needed out of curves. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. We have color. I can apply a little bit of color. So that was actually tint. I should go back and rename that to tint, because that's what that is. And actually, this could use a little bit of tint too. It's looking a little magenta to me, right? Well, like we don't want it to look like this. This is kind of how it looked in camera, right? That's looking a bit more natural to me. So let's go tint it up. Actually, is this not tinted enough to my eye? This is looking about right. Okay, yeah. It wasn't tinted enough. Interesting. I'm gonna render this out one more time. Version 4. This looks a little weird. That blue is just really popping out to me. It's a little too blue. It's a little too shifted in one end of the spectrum. Just doesn't look right. It needs more. It's weird because the skin tones need more green and the shirt needs more magenta. In my mind, that's the split that I'm seeing. It needs to be shifted a little bit more like indigo or something. Okay, so this is Bryce V2. Save. Also, I don't know anything about color theory. Just throwing that out there. All I know is what my eyes see. Oh, weird. That looks so, like, now that I'm acclimated to this, it's so weird. I know I said that last time, but I mean it again. Okay, yeah. 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 Yes. Yeah. That looks right. Forget what I said about the blue. That looks right. That does not look right. That looks weird. That looks right. And look at the skin. Look at all that. Look at all that beautiful red in the skin. Like in the shadows. Oh, like all up in here. That's good. That's good stuff. And I pulled out some of the green cast in here in the skin, which we have a lot of problems with. I've historically had a ton of problem with getting a lot of greens in the skin. Oh man. That's a grade I can take home and feel good about. Oh, I'm just all worked up. All worked up about these colors. And this is basically the exact same, just slightly more green, right? Is it even worth it? It's fine. I'll leave it in version 3. It's good enough. Okay, so let's get 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It's definitely going to be late. It's super going to be late. Also, when it hits 0, this clock's going to beep at you. I'll try to turn it off, but it's going to be annoying. That website does this. Okay. So that's the detail. We don't need the detail right now. We need Brant. We need Brant shot. Brant visual. Right here. Can we get back to the face? Get back to Brian face. You know what? Let's go back here. I know we gotta have some Brian face. Yep, Brian looking all smug as hell. Sure. Okay. Brian face. Brian face. Let's go back to edit. Let's take smug Brian over here. Just drop him in anywhere. It doesn't really matter. He looks so smug right there. It's great. Okay, so that's the one. So we're gonna 3D. No, not 3D. Let that. We're gonna right click. We're gonna apply grade. We got our color chart applied. That's what it looks like in Premiere right now. Okay, so same stuff, right? Easy stuff. Clip. Okay, so we're not seeing a clip until about 60. There's no way we're going to see a high clip, but there's not that much high visual information here. So let's go to 56, about the same as the master shot. Okay, let's do sat roll off. These are all names that I made up. No, not what I want. Thank you. Great. Excellent. Yes. Saturation. Maybe dial it back a little bit. Saturation. How are we looking here? Is it pulling a lot out of the shirt? I don't want a lot out of the shirt. I want some out of the shirt, though. Right? I want just enough pulled out of the shirt. Okay, I can see the amount that's being pulled out of the shirt, and it's not a lot. You can also kind of see it flash down here on the parade a little bit. Okay, I feel like I want just a tiny bit more out of the shirt. 0.1. Let's go 0.19. How about that? How are we feeling about that? All right. I'm good with that. Okay. Here. Curves, right? Curves. We've got curves and then we've got a tint. So curves. Yeah, buddy. We can go a little bit more aggressive with this. I don't know, though. I don't want to lose too much of Brian's face. Like, I want to kind of match the contrast of Jason's shot, particularly in the face, although it's kind of tough to do because Jason's closer to light sources, so he's going to have different characteristics of the light wrapping around his face and shadows and stuff like that. It's a whole thing. And also they're just kind of spatially in different places. This is all right. I maybe want to... I don't want it to go too dark in such a way that it just looks really unnaturally contrasty. But I'm also kind of leaning that way. This looks a bit stylized. I don't know if it's necessary. It's fine. Whatever. It's fine. I don't have time to think about that stuff. Tint. Okay, so we're in tint. Let's check it out. Let's look at deep tint, deep green tint, deep magenta tint. Okay, feeling it out. I feel like that's too far. No? Wow, yeah, this is pretty deep in. There's a lot of magenta. I feel like 13 might be okay. Yeah. Yeah, 13's all right. I'm okay with 13. Actually, 13. You know what? All the difference. Let's go -12. Yeah. That's what that was missing. I can totally tell the difference between -13 and -12. Just kidding. Brant version 2. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay. Over here. Lumetri. Also, this is very a very accurate portrayal of every week, Friday morning. So if you were watching this video and you just really wanted to see exactly what it's like cutting together Modern Rogue, this is it. Although I usually don't actually have the clock open. I usually just kind of go for it. This might be too contrasty. Might be too contrasty. I don't know. I kind of like it though. Okay, let's look at this. It looks pretty similar across the cameras, and that's kind of what we're going for. There is a bit where both of these cameras overlap some. Yeah, that looks pretty similar. If I were cutting back and forth between these two, I wouldn't think much about the difference. I mean, you can definitely see some difference in Brian's face, right? Like it's definitely higher contrast here, brighter. The darks aren't much darker, but the brights are a bit brighter in his face. And because of that, he's also a little bit more saturated in the face. Whereas here, it's a little bit flatter, a little bit duller. But generally speaking, like the colors across the spectrum look pretty similar. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. I will go back and I will just tone it down just a tiny bit. Oh, but that doesn't look as good. Okay, yeah, that's like a nice, subtle, nuanced change. And it's still pretty high contrast, so I'm good with that. All right, Brant, version 3. My legs are locked. I probably shouldn't do that. Feeling kind of funny. Okay. Browse, Brant, version 3. Davy Course. It's actually pretty damn fascinating. I knew you put a lot of work into each episode, but I never knew all the details. That's cool. That's good to hear. It's always nice. It's always nice to hear. Like I said it in a comment not too long ago that it's really cool to work on a great show, which I think Modern Rogue is. But it's even better working on a show where you have an informed audience. Was this price a shot? Just because like they start to figure out, like I love it when an audience starts to figure out, oh, these are the people who work on the show. These are the people who do these things. Yeah, this does not look great. I need to not eat. Oh, that's because it's doubled up. Of course. I'm dumb. There was already a let applied to that. But not even just knowing like the people who worked on it, but just like having a better understanding of the production process in general. I think it allows an audience to be much more empathetic and human. I think a lot of audiences kind of detach themselves from their humanity a bit when they just kind of are a bit fanatic about something but still detach themselves from the process of making it. So I think it's really cool that not only do I have a platform to allow people to inform themselves, but that people are interested in informing themselves. I think that's really cool as well. I wonder if I turned off lumetri in some of these grades. I hope I did. Otherwise, I was grading against a double grade, which is weird. Shouldn't do that. I probably forgot though, because I'm very sleepy. Edit. Okay. So this is the second to last one. 10 minutes remaining. Okay, this is the top-down one, so this is gonna have. Which one did I decide to go with? Did I decide to go with this color match? I want to look at the balloons. Like how far off are these? This actually looks pretty close. All things considered, this is a bit warmer of an image, but color-wise, this looks pretty close. The blue in the shirt's a bit different, right? Because the master shot's got it toned way down. Okay, so I saved it. I meant to do Alt S, not Control S. Okay, so clip. Let's pull it up. Not that high though. So let's do 54. 54 sounds right to me. Okay, so yeah, you can see it clipping out right here, but not right here. Interesting. But I like a little bit of clip, just a little bit. So this is typically what, 50? Let's do like 45. That's not gonna. Nobody's gonna notice that. I don't notice that. It just feels right. Color chart. Okay, so change the label. This is going to be saturation roll off. So this is where we're really going to see that in the shirt. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna set this desk down into sit position. Also, is OBS looking weird to you guys? No, it's just me. Sorry. Sometimes it does that. It freaks out with like the aspect ratio of things. Eight minutes. I mean, so luckily it's not like I get in trouble if it's late, except for that my sleep is in trouble because I'm sleeping during the day as of now. Sat roll off. Well, that's way further back than it needs to be. Let's dial that in a little bit. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit further out, kind of like how the master was. Yeah, so that's gonna tone it down a touch, just a touch. Also, you'll notice right here there's a tiny bit of flaring, based off of from the light that's directly above it, and there's a lot of blue spill in that, which this is taking care of. It's also taking care of a lot of the color noise in this area, right? If you really dig into this, the GH2 doesn't do a great job of resolving this super low light area, so there's a ton of noise there, and you can see all of the color noise just gets wiped away, and it's just left with the actual luminance noise, which I think looks better. That's subjective, but I think a lot of people find color noise to be more distracting than luminance noise. Okay, so come over here. Curves. This is a 12-hour stream as of 15 minutes from now. You can still upload videos longer than 12 hours to YouTube, right? They got rid of that time constraint a little while ago. I think. I hope so. I don't want to have to break this up and re-render it. That sounds lame as hell. All right, next we're going to do, what is it? Right, tint. I don't think this actually needs it too much. This is pretty close to spot on. So let's do like 3.5. Okay, so before and after. This one's actually probably closest. The original is probably closest to the final product than any of the other ones. Okay, so this is going to be detail version 3. Save. Close that down. Detail version 3. There we go. So you're going to notice a big difference in the curve adjustment. Yeah, that blue is definitely pretty noticeably different. But what are you going to do? I should probably actually add some warmth into this. So temp, pull the temp up. I feel like that would kind of even it out. It's not gonna fix the blue, but it's gonna adjust like this back wall. This back wall looks a bit different. I guess I can just compare with this. That'll at least even it out a little bit. Not a ton. Detail V4. At least I can feel good about this grade. Then we can select those. Then we have the A7S, which is its own separate thing. I want to say this was shot in Cinelog 3, but it wasn't shot in S-Log. Because I thought I'm not dealing with that, because that's a whole process, taking S-Log and converting it to what do you call it, Rec 709. It's a whole thing, and it never looks as good in a LUT as it would if you worked in that color space. Never looks as good. And of course, I'm saying this with the experience of having done it twice, 3 times, something like that, just a couple times. Okay, so we're going to apply this. Apply grade. Whoa, that is vibrant. Boy, howdy. Would you look at that? Okay, so clip. There's not going to be a whole hell of a lot of clip, if I had to guess, because it kind of crushed that black end a little bit anyway, just inherently natively on its own. Okay. Set. Roll off. I'm actually gonna. I'll do an extra step here in a second. Luminance set. Not what I want. Pull that down. Even that out. Pull that down. Even that out. What is going on there? That is not desirable. So maybe I just won't do sat roll off at all in this case. Because that was an unintended consequence. What? What are you doing? Why is that getting pulled in? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, well, we'll just reset this node. That's fine. I do wanna pull out some of the saturation there. So I'm gonna do hue. Wait, was I doing the right one? I was. Okay. Hue versus saturation. Now this is a little risky because it's red. There's a lot of red in the face. You don't want to totally desaturate the face. I told you it was going to go off. I'm freaking out a little bit on the inside. Okay, so we're late. It's not that big of a deal. So we're gonna take this red. We're gonna desaturate it some, but not a whole lot. We just kind of, so right now I'm just kind of feeling it out, seeing what's getting desaturated where. Okay, so this skews a bit into the deeper red spectrum. Okay. So we kind of want to pull this over here. It's right on the edge. It's kind of awkward. Okay, so saturation 1.00. And we're going to pull this up so that way it's almost normal. But it's just a little bit desaturated. Let's even split that difference. Oh, I don't know. Where is that new episode of Modern Rogue? Not now. So it's funny for people who actually do ask that question. Now they will have this video to see what's going on at 10 a.m. when the episode's not out quite yet. What's this going to be? Curves. So curves will be a little bit more necessary for this piece. Since it's got like a weird, it's shot in a weird logarithmic curve, or again, I guess not log, but in kind of a weird form. It's maybe a little too moody, maybe, but I can live with it. It looks better than it did beforehand. It looks better than that. It's just so saturated. And it's not a GH4, so it's not one of the Panasonics, so I might not do the tint. You know, I'll do the tint. Let's see what looks right to me. It's always a fun game of like, take it into the far extreme and then pull it back until you go, that's it, that's normal. And then you look down and you go, oh, that's actually really far off from your standard. And then you go back to standard and you go, that's actually split the difference. And sometimes you just pick a number and you work with it and you go, that number looks good. 9 looks like a good number. That's probably right. Okay, so generate LUT version 2. Okay, close that down, pull this up, Lumetri. So this is version 2. Cool. Okay, version 2. Let's jump around, make sure it's not just that shot that looks all right. This looks all right. This whole episode's going to be really contrasty, which I'm kind of okay with, but you know, it's not the best look for everything. That was actually a great frame. I'm really sad that I clicked off of it. Like I highly doubt that would have been the thumbnail, but what if it was? What if it was? I really want to find it again. It was before the slingshot, right? Because it was Brian using the rubber band. This was Brian talking to us, trying to get out of the rubber band. No way, Jose. Not today. Oh yeah, it must have been before Jason got the goggles because he was just putting his hands up. Oh, whatever. It's not worth it. Okay. So I think that's it. I think that's the episode. I think it's good to go. Man, that is super contrasty. Super contrasting. Let me see how it plays out a little bit.
They're still effective using a hammer.
He's using a hammer.
Okay. Yeah! Dude, that's really satisfying. That's great.
You'll try the...
Yeah, we'll try the discs. I think it'll work. Oh!
Totally forgot to do that for all of the slow motion clips. But that's a quick fix. It does look a little like super contrasty on, not on this shot, but on this shot. This shot looks like a little much. So I might double back in and fix that. Oh, right. It's already got a LUT applied to it, but not the right one. Christ, did you sleep? Well, no, I did not. Funny you should ask, because that's exactly what I did not do. I'm looking forward to it very much, though. Very much, I would like to sleep. Looks good, though. Thanks, man. I pride myself in my work. It's going to be a good episode. I don't know if it'll do as good as Brian and Jason sitting around talking about email scams for a little while. Don't know if it's that good. But one can only hope. Man, you can really just never guess with that stuff. Ooh, that balloon looks good. That's a nice shade of blue. That's a nice shade of blue. You can never guess with these episodes. Like, I never would have guessed. I don't think any of us ever would have guessed that the Nigerian email scam one would perform particularly well. But then again, I also thought the thermite steak episode would blow up and be huge because it was cool and weird, but it didn't. And I also thought that the Gansfeld episode wasn't going to perform well because it was weird and experiential, but people loved it, which I love. That's one of those cases where it's like, this episode is too good to perform well, and then it actually performs well. Are we gonna use a robot man voice? I've been kind of off and on about it. Homemade shuriken. Male. Monorogue 058. Double dash. VO-01. No, I haven't star wiped yet, but thank you for the reminder.
Homemade shuriken.
I really needed that reminder. Yeah, just do 419 part 2. People have asked for that. Basically. You know, like, hey, you should do like this other kind of email scam or whatever. And it's like, well, it's a little too close to home. I don't know why I did the on the nose thing, but too close. At least for now. I mean, space it out some. Okay.
Homemade shuriken.
All right, so
I totally forgot about that sound effect of Brian going whoosh. It's so good. I 100% forgot. That's exactly what I needed. 10 past the hour.
Homemade shuriken.
all right, so we're making shuriken, right? Sure.
Shuriken.
Homemade shuriken.
All right, so we're making shuriken, right?
Sure, you can pronounce it that way if you want.
They call
Oh, weird. Yeah, sorry. I forgot that that's a thing. Let me remove that. There you go. Clean the stream is a king's dream. That's what they always say. Let's do star wipe. So star wipe. We've got 18 seconds or 18 frames. So let's do it here. Okay, disk cache is full. That's fine. I don't care right now. New folder, not new folder. I need new composition. Star wipe. 1 second. How long? 18 frames. 18 frames. I'll make it 1 second though. Is there a star? There's totally a star setting in here. So it's not going to look exactly like the shuriken. Although I think I have a top-down photo of the shuriken. So I could kind of trace this out. Which one looks more like a shuriken? I guess this one would look more like a shuriken, right? Like your typical shuriken. Although I guess this one does it as well. So let's pop this open into. Can I just dump this in here? I should be able to. It's Adobe stuff, right? They have Adobe Camera Raw Reader stuff. Yeah, right here. Okay. It's probably quicker than me dumping it in Photoshop. All right, what are you guys feeling? Think fast. Imagine this rotating around. No, is it this one? Yeah, there we go. Rotation. I guess that one is a little bit more classical shuriken. The way I see it in my mind. Oh, that's got a real good deal to it. Let me look up shuriken and see which one is most like both. I guess Jason's looks most like this and most like this. Doesn't really have that sort of geometrical slant to it. So I'll go with Jason's on the left here. So we're gonna delete that. We're gonna go to solids. Let's go cyan. Because why not? Yeah. So let's go ahead and trace this. Luckily, it's a pretty simple shape. It's a pretty nice upside. Okay. Jason's cutting skills forever immortalized in this star wipe. When I give my word, I give it to its fullest. That's a really misshapen star, but okay. It's fine. Like, I could correct it, but then I feel like that might be disingenuous to the authenticity of this star wipe. So, what I want to do is I'm going to take this, scale it down to... Hi, Nikon. No, I have not gone to bed yet. I have not. And I'm still streaming. I'm on hour 12. Okay, so let's center this. Center it up. Boy. Center, center. Scale rotation. Yeah, Sunbun did come in and say the exact same thing not too long ago. So 18 frames. 18 frames, we want it to be full screen. Full screen, and then we're also going to rotate it a whole hell of a bunch. 7 full rotations. Do it. 8 full rotations. There's no stopping me. Oh, 8 might be a little much. I'm feeling a little nauseous with 8. 4 full rotations. It's not bad. It's not bad. Let's go 2. It's half that. Wait, is it spinning faster? Oh, maybe it's that illusion where you think it's spinning slower, but it's actually spinning faster, but you're seeing it at a specific hertz. That's probably what's going on because of all these tendrils coming off of it. It looks like it's spinning faster than it actually is. Is that okay? So the scale has to ramp in a specific way. So let's ramp it up a bit. So we're going to click on this. This is a speed graph. If you're not familiar with speed graphs, but you are familiar with After Effects, go look up speed graphs. It'll change your life. It's the best thing that's ever happened to anybody ever. I guarantee you. It's a fact. It's a fact. Okay. F9, we're going to ease those out a bit. So let's do like 55% influence, 55% influence over here. It'll speed up faster in the middle than it will at the beginning or the end. You know what? Let's add more influence to the beginning here. 80%. Oh, that's too much. That's too much. Let's do like 70%, but then also raise that up. So this isn't your traditional star wipe, right? Star wipe is just static. This has got all kinds of rotation in it. There, that feels... let's do 120. 120 rotation. Ba-na-na-na-na. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Okay. So this, I'm just going to go ahead and change it to white. It'll be easier for what I need to do. So let's just curve it up. It's white now. I assume we don't need motion blur. I'll see what it looks like with it. Nah, nobody would ever do a star wipe with motion blur. Nobody in their right mind would ever do that. It looks kind of okay, but no motion blur. Okay, so we can just take this. I could render it out. Not going to do that. We have dynamic link for a reason. Gonna take it here, modify audio channels 0. Time check, it is 10:20 a.m. Heads up. And by heads up, I'm telling myself that. Because it is 10:20 a.m. Okay, so let's cut that there. Let's do, yeah, okay. So we're gonna do this. That's not what I wanted there. Okay, so we've got this layer here basically, and what we're gonna do is we're going to apply track matte, or is that right? Track matte key, right? And so basically we're gonna say, hey, this layer above you, video layer 3, you want to use the luminance, but you want to reverse it. Reverse luminance. So it's actually pretty great. I kind of really love it, especially with the wind kicking in. So it's kind of like the shuriken is like flying through the air. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, let's render this little clip just to see it in full motion.
Who's your favorite ninja, like ever? Wrong. It's me. Me. Me.
That's such a weird little touch. It's really pretty quick too.
Me.
Is that the right amount of rotation? I feel like it shouldn't be 0 rotation, because if it's 0 rotation, you'll see how kind of lopsided this is. But I don't want it to be a ton of rotation, right? I want it to be like perceivable rotation. Perfect. I'm relying on you guys to tell me, because my senses can't be relied on right now. Okay, we need, before we render it out, and Lord help me if these renders take forever, I would be none too pleased. I need good thumbnails. I have some photos which we can use for the time being, but I would love to have something. Oh, you know what? I was going to do one last thing with this shot. I was going to make it just a little bit less monstrous. It's just, it's a little too much. It's a little too much. What's the clip looking like? Let's lower the clip just a little bit. There we go. What is this? This is detail version 5. So I would love to get a thumbnail or a screenshot or whatever with Jason pulling the slingshot. I think that would be good. Okay, detail 5. Great. Unfortunately, you can see a little bit more of that luminance noise in the shadow, but it's fine because there's a little bit of detail in there. Just barely, but there's a little bit in there. Okay, yeah, I feel like I remember there being a couple of good spots here.
A lot of force. I'm surprised it doesn't just bang into your hand.
Me too. Wait.
The only problem with this one is that it's not a shuriken. It's just a disc. I like the pose, but if we say shooting shuriken with slingshot and we have this as the thumbnail, people are going to be like, bullshit. That is not a shuriken. I can see with my eyes.
Yeah.
It doesn't get that spinning, or try another. Did that embed itself in there?
What happened?
Oh my goodness. That is so deep. Feel how deeply embedded in there that is. Nervous. And you're just doing it right in the middle.
Yep.
Let's check these other shots.
Yep.
That's kind of a fun effect. It's a pretty good shot. We don't need to put in grades. We could just put in thumbnails. Thank you.
You're doing it right in the middle.
I swear, if we get people chiming in saying his form that's not proper slingshot form, oh, I will not be pleased. It's a shame they weren't like a little to the right. That would make a pretty good shot. What camera was this originally? 4. Okay.
Yep.
With the rubber band, it is important that it not be exactly in the center.
Jeez. That doesn't look like that's going to work at all.
Try it.
Oh.
That's fun. Camera 2. Camera 3. That's fun. Camera 4. Camera 4. Bueller. Camera 4. Camera 4. Camera 5. What was it originally? I don't remember anymore. It was camera 1. No, it was camera 2. No, it was camera 1. It was camera 1.
Work at all.
Try it. Holy cow, you took out the lights! You took out the lights! Holy freaking cow.
Whoa.
OSHA would have so many things to say about our working environments. So many things. Probably. One of my friends from high school had latex allergies. That was fun. Not for him. Okay, so hey, you know what? That's an episode. Before I render, I'm just gonna double check. Nothing's muted, turned off, soloed, disabled. Okay, I think we're good. Trim that down. We got the people in here. Music by people names. 2017. Homemade shuriken. Seems right. Let's render it. Boy. That's what's up. Monorogue episodes, shuriken, exports. Monorogue 058 dash YouTube 01. Yep, match source 1080. Let's get a little wild with it. 15 megabits per second. It's actually not even that high, but it is going to push out a 2 gig file. So start rendering that. Meanwhile, let's check on the file size of this Twitch recording. It is 22 gigs. So good thing I've got a little bit of space on this drive. This is my C drive. Got just a little bit more space. Most of these drives are pretty full. That D drive especially, boy. I keep having to offload, onload stuff. D drive is pretty high activity. Okay, so that's that part of the process. Oh, okay. So now let's do the thumbnail. Let's figure out what the thumbnail is. We could go back. We could do the we could revisit Japanese text. We did that with the actually that would probably be pretty appropriate, right? We did that with the nunchaku. Okay, so for Modern Rogue, yep. We go to shows, assets, thumbnails, Modern Rogue thumbnail 720. We bump it in here. It just sets our parameters to 1280 by 720 because that's what YouTube likes. Sometimes you upload a 1080 thumbnail and it's like, maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Okay, so we've got these photos here. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Like that's a thing. Yeah. Sure. Not using most of these. That's all right. That's okay. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Sure. So we could do some of these, although it's sort of weird if you're extolling the virtues of shuriken and this board is full of like 90% just circular discs, which are clearly not shuriken. Probably should have thought about that at the time. Probably also should have thought about getting photos of Jason wielding the slingshot. But, you can't win them all. So let's dial it back. We've got this wide, got this close up, this wide, this close up. So let's group the wides together, the close ups together. So this one's clearly better. You can't see the shuriken as well as you can here. Yep. I mean, that can be fixed in post if really needed to be. But, whatevs. Are you putting the stream on YouTube? Yes. YouTube.com/scamstuff is where this is going to go. Theoretically. Assuming we're still good on uploading 13-hour videos on YouTube. Okay. We've got both of these, which aren't bad. I kind of like the showdown sort of face off against this little mini monolith. That's kind of a fun visual. Oh, and you know what? We could totally do this, and then we can have the Japanese text right here in the middle. It writes itself. Right? Whereas here it's like, maybe you could fit it on his stomach. That's kind of weird. Maybe we could just crop it like this. Like, yeah, kind of. But even then the framing's a little weird. There's no headroom. Cuts him off at the forehead. Like, this isn't bad. But you got this wide scope. And then you take your shuriken original text and you just plop that right in there, dead center. Maybe stylize it a little bit. But you don't even necessarily have to. It's Japanese text. We're Westerners and we just think, wow, that looks exotic. That's cool. I don't know what that says. That's cool. All 13 hours of it. Yep. And of course, you can also catch the VOD, the video on demand, on twitch.tv/Catawag while it remains, which will be a little bit. So this drives me insane. I don't get it. So earlier in the stream, I showed the Premiere titler in effect. And the one thing that the Premiere title system does really well that for some reason is not in Photoshop is you can do that edge, which you can do here. That's a stroke here, right? But the depth, I mean, I guess you could technically convert this to 3D text and then mess with it there and kind of do some weird stuff with it. But I just like having that depth option and just say, hey, 140 degrees, 15 pixels of depth in this direction, right? Like that's nice and simple. I really like that. And I'm really bummed that it's not natively here in Photoshop. It probably is, and I just don't know about it, even though I've used Photoshop since 4th grade, 3rd grade. I've used it longer than I've used email clients. I've used it longer than I've used just about anything. And it's probably there. I just don't know. Oh, I swear if this Japanese actually says like butts, I would totally leave it though. If somebody contacted me and said, "Hey dude, you might want to change it." That Japanese actually says butts. Like butts. I'd be like, "You know what? They got me. One up. Checkmate. You win this one, Japan. You win this one." So I can kind of fake it by applying a stroke. I thought I could apply a stroke just right there. By applying a stroke on this text and then doing that sort of hard shadow text right there. Oh, my neck hurts. I'm sorry. I'm just complaining through the rest of this. Time check, 10:40 a.m. Layer style, stroke. Four pixel. Cool. So this is technically dead center right here, but it kind of fits a little bit better if it's right here. So that's probably the way it's going to be. Make the text look like it's been shot by the slingshot. Probably won't do that. It just wouldn't read very well. Like I could apply a like if I really wanted to, I could apply motion blur and kind of fit it to this and do like, now how do I perspective warp? I might just have to actually click on perspective warp, but I perspective warp and then maybe make like this side bigger than this side, and like it would be okay. I think just like a simple dead on approach is the key for this week. Especially since I just don't have it in me to go too fancy with it. Crop that down, filter, alien skin, exposure X. Let's see how Premiere's doing. 33%, not too bad, not too bad. We're getting there. Alien skin exposure X, that's the Photoshop plugin I use to kind of do film emulation stuff. I've got some that I frequent. Pull pan's a pretty good black and white one. Grain's a little heavy for most applications, but it's pretty good. Pull chrome, yellow, SX70, blend, and film. Depending on what I'm going for, you know. It has a nice neutral to it. This goes a bit greener, which is nice for like outside stuff, but inside typically tends to be blend. It's a little more neutral. This is good, but it's a little subdued. It's kind of muted. I used to use this on everything. I'm a little bit more sparing with it these days. So I'll also go through some of my recently used, just to see if any of these spark my fancy. I do kind of really like black and white. I feel like black and white might be kind of cool for this. It's sort of like, ooh, actually that's kind of nice. I don't know why I like this so much more than this. I guess just because the background's not all blown out. I really like this like blue shifted, but having the red really pop and stand out. It's kind of interesting. This sort of looks like weird old film that's just like maybe the roll expired a little bit. So all the colors got kind of funky. I do kind of like black and white for like Seven Samurai kind of like, I don't know. It just, that resonates to me as archival Japan with black and white stuff. So this isn't bad. It's a little too yellow for my taste, but yeah, I like that. I like that. Let me see what we're dealing with if we went black and white. Also, this grain's probably big. No, I pulled it down. Okay, cool. So we'd almost certainly have to push this to black and white, right? I mean, we could leave it in color, but because it's not centered, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. So it had to be something like this. And I might actually, if we went black and white, which I do sort of love, and maybe we could even do some text up here. That would be in Gilroy or something. That says, dang it. Okay. That says Slingshot Shuriken. Gilroy. No, we gotta italicize that. Italicize. Somebody wants to be my friend on Facebook. Just thought you ought to know. Oh, that's kind of nice. Got a nice little spot for it here and everything. It's all nice and dark. It's actually going to be covered up a little bit. The currently the like last left off place is going to be right down here. It wouldn't cover up the whole thing. It might not even cover up any of it. And of course, this is going to be covered up by the play button in a lot of circumstances. This you would want this to be in color. I would think. Maybe not that color, not specifically. Not that color either. No, sir. What if we were like 80, but then maybe we did a little bit of spacing it out. A little bit of spacing it out. A little bit. spacing it out. All right, if we're going to space it out, then we've really got to drop it down. That's the rule. You got to let it breathe a little bit. Got to let it breathe a little bit. Slingshot shuriken. I don't know about you, but I think that's looking all right. A-okay. When was the last... I always kind of have to do this. When was the last time we did a black and white thumbnail? I like being able to do black and white thumbnails. I like being able to have that much creative freedom. But given my own proclivities, I would have every week a black and white thumbnail if I could, probably. Just about. So I try to use it in moderation. Right, so we had subliminal messaging, we had SQL injection, and that's it for a while. So that was a few months ago. I think it's fine to bring it back. I think we're good to go on that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to duplicate this. And then combine these, Control E to flatten it out. Gonna double check on this. 72%. We're coming along. We're looking at an 11 a.m. launch, only 1 hour past due. That's acceptable in my book. So I combined the text into the layer so that way when we run it through this filter, we can get film grain on the text and it'll look a little bit more natural. And since this is grayscale as well, it's supposed to feel a part of the scene basically. Whereas the orange text is supposed to kind of jump out and be kind of a post effect. So the great thing here is we can shift around the red channel specifically. We can kind of feel out what feels right for the red channel. Do we want a bright red channel? Do we want a dark red channel? That's our choice. I want to go kind of mid-tone red channel. I like it being a little bit gray here in this specific instance. Let's look at yellow. So yellow, I'm probably gonna skew a little bit higher on, even though this is kind of a darker, moodier shot. I think we sort of need that brightness for the contrast, right? So this is sort of our focal point. This desk here, and kind of drawing a line of sight across here. We want the bright things to help guide our eye. So we'll do that. Green. Interesting. We can totally just change the color of that balloon if we wanted. We could go dark, but I'm gonna go light with it. Not white, although that's not bad. It's not too shabby. I'm gonna go light with it because I want it to also draw your eyes inward, right? I want that to be partial focal point. And also it helps simplify the overall image, right? If you're sort of grouping luminance groups together, it helps that you don't have a big dark spot in the middle of your big bright table. Cyan. Gotta have those pants stand out. So we're gonna bump that cyan up a little bit. Blue. Again. Nobody can leave those pants in the shade. Magenta, not a whole lot going on there. There typically isn't. That's okay. So just like the episode, this is very contrasty. Very contrasty. Yeah, this is like a super unnatural look for this balloon. But I kind of love it. We could add some vignette. Just to kind of, typically I wouldn't come anywhere near vignetting. I'm not a big fan usually, but in this case it sort of feeds into that sort of old Japanese photo on film kind of look. So maybe it works a little bit here. It's also a little bit tricky because you kind of don't want Jason's face to be darkened up too much, because he is one of the immediate focal points. You're going to look for the eyes of humans first and foremost, probably. Also, I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm really just guessing. All right. If we wanted to, we could add some kind of effect. Not going to do it here, but just so you know that that's a thing. You could get all wild and crazy with it. You could be like, "Whoa. Look at this slingshot." But generally speaking, as far as like bokeh effects and stuff in post-production, exposure has really good stuff. It looks pretty natural if you do it right. And I have in the past. Not too often. Again, sparingly. Ooh. I wonder, so this effectively translates to shuriken as far as I know. As far as Google Translate has told me, I could probably look up slingshot and get that in this situation. Where was it? Translate. Stick shuriken. Flat shuriken. Shocking. Wheel shuriken. Oh man, should I have used this instead? Oh no. I mean, this still means shuriken, right? But also I should have translated this. Car sword. Awesome. That sounds way cooler than wheel whatever. Wheel shuriken. Car sword is awesome. I should make car swords. But also we could probably just flip flop car sword. Shuriken. Oh, this is like that different style of writing. It's not that cool. That cool style of writing. I'm horrible. I don't remember the names to any of these. What? I'm breaking down here. Slingshot. Car sword, right? Man, I should have just asked T2. He would know. I'd say, hey, how do you say slingshot shuriken? give me the text. And he'd be like, I got you, fam. Okay, hey, you know what? That looks good to me. I'd click on that link. Monorogue, episodes 58, thumbnails. Monorogue 058, thumbnail 720, save. Then save as a JPEG. Grade 12, great. Hey, this is done. Perfect. Hot tamale. Goodness gracious. Okay, so hey, Monorogue. Yeah, pause that. Upload. Time to upload it. This is how you upload a video to YouTube. Monorogue, episodes 58, exports. Double click on that. Add roll. Gadwag. That's me. Actor. Brian. Schwood.cop. You gotta tell me. You're a cop. Jason. Let's sure. I mean, we can. That's typically what I leave it as. I can go add Bryson as sound designer or something, or cinematographer, as well as myself. But that's I just that's always weird. Okay. The Monorogue, Brian Brushwood, Jason Murphy, Shuriken, homemade, DIY, Japanese weapons, easy, simple. I heard somebody say once that you should do like search terms, like kind of longer things instead of single word terms. But I've never been good at that. I've never done that. Not really. Slingshot. Really dumb experiment. Dangerous. Okay. Ow. On one hand, I want to withhold Slingshot Shuriken because that's like a really fun reveal. That's a really fun thing to go, hey, it's just a shuriken, I promise. And then Jason goes, yeah, but what about this? And it's a slingshot. And Brian's like, whoa, no, I'm not going to do that. That's like a fun turn, but also that's the thing that is going to get people to click on this video. Slingshot, shurikens, and how to make them. I kind of want to do that, but that implies like making a specific type of shuriken that would go into a slingshot, which is not true. So I can't do that. How to make homemade shurikens and slingshotting them, that's not good. Slingshot shurikens, maybe illegal. Are you saying put that into the title? Oh, put that into the tags. Yeah, sure. Maybe illegal, but totally cool if you just don't do them. If you don't. There. Some people like to look into the tags of our video, and I'm like, you weirdo. That's not for you to see. That goes into the system. Don't look at my tags. That's like looking in through my windows. Don't do that. I live in here. That's not cool. Slingshot shuriken. Oh, take out that S. Yeah. Singular plural. Slingshot shuriken. Okay, good. It's singular plural in the thumbnail as well. Slingshot. Oh, say that 10 times fast. Slingshot shuriken. Slingshot shuriken and Hateful Eight. Slingshot, shuriken. And I feel like the "and" is tripping me up because I want to say "and how to make them," because those are the two things that we do. We show you how to make shuriken and we slingshot them. And I want to put slingshot first because that's the most exciting. But I can't say "and how to make them" because, like I said, we didn't make slingshot shuriken. We made shuriken that we then slingshot. We slingshotted. Those are SEO junkies, I guess. Yeah. Because somebody looked at our Nigerian scam video and they said, "Hey, why is 420 in your tags?" And it's like, well, because it's 419 and all of our comments are making a 420 joke. So I thought, well, might as well just plug into that. That's the real reason why that got 700,000 views or whatever. Also, my voice is going out on me. It feels really raspy. It's not good. I can close down, resolve. I'm going to save. Always save. Close that down. And then I can close this down because we're good on this. Close that down. Video manager. I mean, honestly, probably Brian will come up with a title and it'll be totally fine. Slingshot, shuriken. Turn to editing. And something. A how-to guide. Interesting. Because that does... I mean, I want to be a little bit careful about telling people that they should or could do this at home, right? Just from liability perspective, but I do like that like all encapsulating idea of this is about slingshot shurikens and like this is how to shoot them, how a person could make these. Slingshot homemade shuriken. I'm not a big fan of that. Well, one, it just kind of doesn't have like the right cadence. It's kind of a mouthful, right? Slingshot homemade shuriken. I guess there is a little bit of a rhythm to it, but it is a little bit of a mouthful. Also, I feel like we use homemade all the time, even though that's a very apt description, right? I guess we don't use homemade as often as I thought, but it feels like we use homemade all the time. I'm pretty sure I put homemade in like the title card all the time. That seems to be the case. Okay. Slingshot, shuriken, and how to kiss away your security deposit. No. Although that would probably trend well. I couldn't in good conscience do that. Okay, I'm just going to copy this over for now. Max Gilliland, production assistant, _ https://twitter.com/DJ old fashioned. Yes, this is accurate, except for the music used in this episode. That is not entirely accurate. A theoretical how-to guide. Yeah. Let's start off by saying... Also, I like this continuing narrative thread I've been keeping with Jason being super hyper paranoid in the descriptions. it's a real fun game for me. We said it in the episode, but just in case you only read the descriptions but don't watch the episode, it's worth telling you that this isn't the kind of thing you should make on your own. I don't want to imply that somebody else should make it. Okay, that's Slack. Oh, okay. It's worth telling you that this isn't the kind of thing that you should actually be making. We couldn't possibly encourage that because these are weapons. Know your laws and use common sense. The most common of those senses being to just not make them. How to don't try this at home. Okay. Music used in this episode. I guess I should bring up. I shouldn't have closed down the thing. Project files. Oh, final stretch. 11:06 a.m. We're getting there. We're getting there. 13 hours on this recording. Okay, first and foremost was Sleepy Face by Byrocratic. Sleepy Face by Byrocratic. And I can pull that from this. Then we have, next up, we have Patience by B-Side. Patience by B-Side. Same thing. Then we have Pine Trees by Juan Rios. Pine Trees. Pine Trees by Juan Rios. That one is a different spot. Let's double down to Juan Rios. Winter Essentials. Nice. Then we have Culla. My man. What was the name of this one? Why, where, starts with a W. Culla. Where do you belong? Where you do belong. Where you do belong. He capitalizes the first of every word by Culla at Culla.com. Cool. Cool. Just double check. Yep. Okay, so we've got it up to here. That was all supposed to go in no, that was supposed to go under the lines. Okay. So one thing that I'll include is copy this link. DIY shuriken made from, what was it, cloth shear? Cloth? This is my favorite one because it's so good. Thread clippers. That one is really good. I love that. That's it. Just that one thing. Oh, the Instructables. I have to include the Instructables. So here's that. All steps. Original Instructables. Is that right? Recipe? No, that's not right. Instructions. It's kind of in the name. What do you want to call this? Tin discs. Original Instructables Tin Disc Shuriken Instructions. And I don't have links to any of the other stuff they mentioned in the episode, so I'm just going to leave it at that. It is processing. Cool. Don't make them. I'm already refining my build techniques. Hey, you can do whatever you you can do whatever you want. I just can't necessarily strictly endorse it. Just for my own sake. Okay. So, let's come up with a headlining descriptor that goes above the fold. It's going to be, okay, so it's got to be Brian and Jason, right? So we come up with a fictional narrative. Spoilers. The thing in the description doesn't actually happen in real life. Usually. Sometimes it's loosely based on real life, but usually it's not. Brian and Jason, something about Brian and Jason. A lot of times it ends up being Brian, something goofy happens to Brian. He calls up Jason. That's what happens. So Shuriken, we could incorporate one of the outtakes where they're naming all of these ninjas. Okay, so Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? They're all ninjas. Do any of them use Shuriken? TMNT Shuriken. Do they? I don't know Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles well enough for that. Okay, so apparently all of the turtles carry Shuriken. So Master Splinter uses a Shuriken quite a lot. Interesting. Okay, so I like the idea of heading in this TMNT direction of Shuriken. No, I will not do that open bayou. Scam Skull used to get pretty close to that. Used to. I tried really hard to pull away, and I feel like it is in a better space now. Even when it goes like kind of off the deep end in this Scam Skull way, it's still way better than something like a BuzzFeed. Although I feel like BuzzFeed is better about that than they used to be. I don't subscribe to BuzzFeed, so I don't actually know, but I feel like the only people I've seen go like really deep into that clickbait territory is just like people I've never heard of. Okay, what was that TMNT arcade machine? What was that? What was that game? Was that just it? It was just TMNT. Brian was playing that TMNT arcade cabinet, Actually, it would be Jason. Jason brought up the TMNT. Not a bad angle. I'll keep that in mind. TSA is a good pull. Brian has roots with TSA. I don't know if it fits here, but Brian has roots with TSA. Jason was playing that TMNT arcade cabinet. That one, just the TMNT arcade cabinet. When he realized that all it takes to be a ninja is thinking about it. He was playing the arcade cabinet. I like the idea that he realizes, oh, it just to be a ninja, you just need shuriken. I can just make a shuriken. Let's just save that for now. Slingshot, shuriken, and just publish like that. That's cool. Save changes. Already saved. Great. I like the idea that he thinks that, oh, all it takes to be a ninja is shuriken, like a good shuriken, and he doesn't even make a good shuriken, but he makes a shuriken, and then Brian gets a hold of him, and Brian ends up throwing all of the shuriken. Like that's kind of funny to me, a little bit. I'm not really vibing with this. I do like the TMNT angle though. Yeah, Brian does kind of do that. He's like, here's a bunch of combustible fuel. Here's a lighter. It's for a magic show, I promise. Here's some knives. It's for a magic show, I promise. Here's a bunch of blood. It's for a magic show, I promise. Okay. Okay, let's get specific about this. At the Pizza Hut on... Where's a Pizza Hut? I feel like a Pizza Hut would have one. Like a good old Pizza Hut. There's a website out there. I remember stumbling across it. There was a website out there that tracked all of the old Pizza Huts because a bunch of them were getting demolished. And so it had like mapped it out and had photos of all the old Pizza Huts. It's great. Let's go downtown. On the corner of Guadalupe. There are other Pizza Huts here, right? Manchaca is pretty good. That's just a good name. Manchac. They're both good names. I don't want to stay on the corner, especially since this one's not on a corner. Yeah. That's what's good. That's what's really good. Used to be Pizza Hut. Into it. This is totally... This is my thing. Yeah. That super looks like a Pizza Hut. Okay. Right. I have to get back to this because we are an hour and 20 minutes past due. Okay. Jason was playing a TMNT arcade cabinet at the Pizza Hut over on Manchac when he realized. Okay, so this is a continuation of last week. Jason had to clear his head, so he went over to the Pizza Hut on Manchac. He was just over there and happened to be playing the TMNT arcade cabinet. He didn't go there for the arcade cabinet. I like that. Okay, so he went over to clear his head. So as we all do when we want to clear our heads, we go over to our local Pizza Hut. This is him clearing his head because he was hyper paranoid, and then some men in suits knocked on his door after he was having email scams. Manchac is better, so you can make fun of people for not saying Manchac. Yeah, Guadalupe is a terrible pronunciation of that. Clearly, any sane human being would say Guadalupe, but Austin is weird. Keep Austin weird. Manchac. So dumb. Both are dumb. Love it. Okay, so he had to clear his head, so he went over to the Pizza Hut. He had to clear his head, so he went over to the Pizza Hut to the Pizza Hut on Manchac. I need an editor to proofread this. So he went over to the Pizza Hut on Manchac. And while on the fifth wave, maybe that's not right. I haven't played that game in a very long time. You have to fight Master Splinter, right? You have to fight Master Splinter. On his last man and Master Splinter fight, he realized that all it really takes to be a true ninja is the holy coveted 1T coveted shuriken. No, I feel good about this. Jason had to clear his head, so he went over to the Pizza Hut on Manchac, and while on his last man in the Master Splinter fight, he realized that all it really takes to be a true ninja is the holy coveted shuriken. Is holy coveted must be hyphenated. And no comma. Holy coveted. That has to be a phrase, right? I feel like that's a phrase. I swear I've heard that before. Is that not a real thing? Let me double check coveted. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that seems right. Like the utmost, the like almost religious icon of the wrongfully desired weapon, the shuriken. That makes sense. Now I'm feeling Master Splinter. Master Splinter's got to. It's Master Splinter. It's got to be Master Splinter. There's no way you don't fight him in the TMNT arcade game. Also, definitely got a lot of these in Pizza Huts, right? They're always talking about pizza. At least used to. I mean, they probably still talk about pizza, but used to be in Pizza Huts. I don't think Pizza Hut really wheels and deals in that anymore. Now just title, Slingshot Shuriken. I wouldn't get too invested in this. Brian might have a thing. Let me let Brian know. Also, sorry, there's a Penn and Teller thing tonight, and Brian was like, "Hey, we might be able to get tickets," and then I haven't been able to get all the tickets. I was like, "Dog, I haven't slept, so you can probably give my ticket away. It's fine." Also, the episode is effectively good to go, but Twitch and I are trying to figure out titles. Man, I hope people swamp that Pizza Hut. They're like, yo, where's this TMNT cabinet? I heard you had the sickest TMNT. I heard you had it. Not true. Not true. Slingshot Shuriken and the Red Menace. Okay, Slingshot Shuriken. How-to guide. I still kind of like that. I'm gonna keep Slack open in case I see anything pop up. Honestly, Brian will probably change it and then say, "Hey, here's a thing." I'm just gonna change it. You could see all the nitty gritty details. Okay. Whoa! I just maximized Slack on accident. See, Bryce is siding with Homemade Shuriken. I don't know. It feels a little well trodden. I feel like we have to have Slingshot in there somewhere. I feel like we have to have Slingshot. Slingshot's so like clutch in like the excitement of this episode. It's a tough nut to crack. These are always tough, especially since everybody comes in and judges your title. Everybody says dumb title. Actually, nobody really cares about the title, but it does affect whether people click on the link or not. I think the thumbnail has more to do with it than the title, but I think the title also has a lot to do with it. Way more than the length of the video or whatever. I'm telling them I think slingshot shuriken is bad, but I also think that slingshot is critical for excitement levels. Because slingshot, you can't just drop slingshot. What do you got? I see some stuff in here. Slingshot, DIY shuriken. Slingshot shuriken madness. Now you're talking. That's that good stuff. That's what I'm looking for. Slingshot shuriken madness. Really lay into that TMNT. That sounds like an arcade game. I would put some quarters into that. Also, I'm trying to pull up music for you because this is just a little much. This is just a little much for me. What about not bad. Oh, you know what? Yeah. How about this is the worst I've ever been. This is probably gonna get flagged. That's okay. How to slingshot your DIY shuriken. I'm just not feeling. Okay. Shuriken. I want slingshot. I don't want to budge on slingshot. I can compromise on many things. Shuriken has to be in there. There's no way that shuriken is not in there, right? It's about shuriken. So shuriken is number 1. Slingshot, close number 2. This is a real Hadoku. Not Hadoku. What's the numbers game? Riddle? I hear Hadoku and I just think Hadouken, which is also not right. That is the fireball move, kind of. The magic fireball move. Slingshot and shuriken, the ultimate ninja fantasy. Oh, you might be onto something with pulling in ninja. I don't know about fantasy. I mean, maybe fantasy. That would probably be really good SEO. But I feel like ninja. There's something to ninja. I see you. Hey, how you doing? Slingshot shuriken safety seminar. Well, that's patently false. That would be completely clickbait because there's not much safety in here. Slingshot Sudoku. Thank you. Yes. That's the one. Slingshot shuriken. You'll put an eye out. That's more accurate. That's true. Shocking. Okay. I want to tell. Yeah, Sudoku. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna tell the crew. How about this? And I want to bring up your Slingshot shuriken madness because that's a good title. Try this on for size. Slingshot shuriken madness. Try this on for size. That's a funny way to phrase that. Ninja might not be a bad word to incorporate somehow. Slingshot shuriken madness. That's pretty good. I don't think they're gonna like that. I think they're gonna think that Bryce digs it. Wait. No, Bryce is mixing up semantics. He says shuriken slingshot madness feels better to him. Interesting. So the madness is indicative of the slingshot. Like the slingshot is bringing the madness, which I guess is true. Although shurikens, it depends. I like to think of slingshot as home base, like the foundation, rock solid foundation of slingshot. Then you have the shuriken, which are the madness, right? They're the dangerous part. They're the weapon part. Especially when Jason has that bundle of like 15 discs or whatever, and he shoots them all out. I think it's actually way less than that. I think he had like 7 discs, but still, that was madness, and it wasn't the slingshots doing; it was the shuriken doing. Although those weren't actually shuriken; those were just discs. Okay, slingshot your homemade shuriken like a badass ninja. That's feeling a little scam school to me. Like that's a little long. For Modern Rogue, we like simple and direct. NCAA March Madness is going on. That's not a good title. Sorry, Open by you. Can you use a ninja star in place of shuriken? Interesting. I like the credibility of shuriken, but you're not wrong because that would knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, right? That would include ninja, and it would be a descriptor for shuriken. Brian says that's too much of a scam school title, which he's not wrong. Slingshot Shuriken Madness is kind of in that vein, but he's saying converting something into homemade shurikens. But I'm not. That just feels kind of bland to me. I feel like we've really played out that formula. I feel like we need to mix it up a little bit, or maybe a question like, how effective are homemade ninja stars? I would be very sad to get rid of Slingshot. I mean, you guys know. You know. I guess if I'm just going to read off everything in Slack, I could just show you the Slack, but I'm not going to do that. Slingshot Shuriken Madness. Ninjas invade Austin. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much. You're going over the edge on that. Can you slingshot a ninja star? Shuriken. I like that format. Slingshot goes before shuriken, doesn't work the other way around. Right. That's what I was saying. I'll be honest with you, Brian. I'll be kind of sad to see Slingshot go. Let me run some of these titles by you. Brian suggests how effective are homemade ninja stars, testing homemade ninja stars, testing a homemade shuriken. So Brian is also in agreement with you guys in ninja stars might be an effective way to go, because then it gets ninja in the title and it talks about shuriken, right? Okay, maybe we've come to a compromise. Hear me out on this. Testing homemade shuriken with slingshots. I feel like Brian's willing to bend over backwards a little bit, get the slingshot in there in that title. Shuriken Slingshot Showdown. I do like the alliteration. Again, that's kind of a scam school thing, if we're being honest. But alliteration's always good. Always good. Okay. We also have the alternate testing ninja stars with a slingshot. Slinging shurikens. That sounds like a street drug. Slanging shurikens. Slingshotting shurikens in the bar and on the street. Yeah, true. Ninja madness with slingshots and shurikens. Yeah, again, like we have like a really tempered title system with Modern Rogue. So like some of this exciting material you guys are pitching to me is a little bit more scam school. More people know Ninja Star versus Shuriken. Okay. Sunbun recommends that more people know Ninja Star than Shuriken, so he leans that way as well. ICU also agrees. Hold on. ICU also agrees on that point. I'm glad I could be the mediator in this interaction here. Okay. Yeah, okay. And Brian said that last one feels right to him. Testing Ninja Stars with a slingshot. Okay, yeah. I'm not changing the thumbnail though. Slingshot Shuriken stays in the thumbnail. Okay, did he update it or no? Am I updating it? He said post away. He did not update it. Okay, so I'll go with that. Easy way for capitalization stuff. So I think with won't be capitalized, but I think everything else will be. Easy way to know, titlecapitalization.com, lifesaver. Ooh, A is also not capitalized. Love it. Love it. Because that's what my gut would tell me. But there have been a couple times where I feel like A has been capital, and I've been like, I don't know about that one. Oh well, this is super gonna get flagged. If that first one wasn't gonna get flagged, that one super is. This is great though. This shouldn't get flagged. Hopefully. Okay. Public. You guys ready for this? You're gonna see it. First time I've ever live exposed YouTube publish button from start to finish. You've seen it all here. In this almost 14 hours, you saw me make those folders, and I can barely talk. Also, I should really eat or sleep or do anything. Take a walk. I'm glad to be an integral part of the Modern Rogue title making process for this episode. Hey, everybody's had their fingerprints on it. I'm so happy about it. We had that title, that star wipe transition. Man, so many contributions. Organic Shooting Stars reference, shooting Ninja Stars with a slingshot. I think we're done, ICU. I appreciate it, but I think we're settled. And it's out. It's out in the wild. That's the whole thing. So now it starts profligating into, I think I'm using that word right. It starts profligating into subscribers' inboxes. People are getting notifications. Already won thumbs up. Already won. 100%. 100% thumbs up. 0% thumbs down. It's a perfect video. We made a perfect video. That's what's good. Perfect. And that's it. Oh, I have to put in a playlist. This is a warrior episode. A lot of times it's actually really hard to define. Like 80% of episodes go into scoundrel, and then like the drink episodes go to gentleman, and then warrior is weapon stuff, and everything else goes to scoundrel. Just everything goes to scoundrel. I actually really don't like that pillar system, even though I was the one that made those playlists. It is what it is. Publish and go to sleep. I did publish. 8 thumbs up. Man, rolling in those thumbs up. Thank you for joining me, everybody. I'm not going to see Penn and Teller tonight because I need to sleep. And that's okay. I've met Teller. He's a nice gentleman. Humble brag. Except without the humble part. Oh, and we got the code in there. Great. If you guys like the codes, hey, go check it out. I got the code in there. Also, it should be, hey, check this out. Look at this. Look at this. Reddit. If you aren't subscribed yet, go to modernrogue.reddit.com. Submit that. Run and tell that homeboy. Actually, let me get that short URL. Right. Share. Copy that. You suggest a title? Absolutely. Post to Reddit. Hey, guess what? Flare, new episode. Got it. How do you? Oh, right. I remember how to do this now. I always forget how to sticky a post. It's like up here somewhere. Remove announcement. Yeah. That's a weird place to put it. All right. Make announcement. Yes. Announced. Brow. I couldn't possibly tell you what to do with it as far as sharing with people, but you know, if you like the video, do what people do with videos that they like. This is all I'm gonna say. Close out of this. Close out of this. We're good. Close out of this. I'll fill this out sometime soon. And that's it. Oh, don't you fucking dare. No, you laws. Oh wait, is that in the description? If that's in the description, I could fix that. If that's like on-screen disclaimer, I would be so upset with myself. Please tell me that's in here. I feel like I remember that being in here. Ah, yes. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. I love you so much. We did it. We did it, team. Close shuriken. Close shuriken. Cheers. Drink the last of this water. Stay hydrated. Get some sleep. Do hard work. Make accomplishments. Good night. By good night, I mean good morning. Check it out. YouTube.com/scamstuff is where this is going to be. If you're not watching it live, that's where you're watching it probably. Subscribe. YouTube.com/modernrogue. modernrogue.reddit.com. Twitch.tv/gadwag for more stuff like this, even though I don't do edit streams nearly as often. I surely don't do them this long. This is 14 hours. Twitter.com/gadwag if you want more from me. And that's all that's really important right now. Good night.
great man. Now you might think you've heard this one, and you heard it once. This the first time you ever